Hope you're all having a good day or night so far. Let me go off the sound. Hopefully it's not incredibly loud. I was gonna play Bloodborne, but like I had to do some bopping and kind of put me in a bit of a mood, so I was just like, you know what? We can take a break. We can just clean some stuff and I'll be fine. Just listen to music and just clean a bit. I miss the fact that it's still technically early access. Oh well. We just cleaned the shoe house, actually. Another skate park will give me more monies. But I'm fascinated by the shoe. I'm just double checking to make sure that everything's not too loud. Everything looks good. We're good. I should actually... Blah. There we go. I'm just gonna scooch this over here. That sure was worth paying. Part of me was thinking about just doing Jackbox, but at the same time, I still have yet to give anyone the heads up of when I'm doing it. And I would like to give people the heads up if I plan to do Jackbox. I have a lot of fun with it. I got to play a little bit earlier in Pig Stream, and I actually won a job, which is the first time I've ever won that. I won by like, I think 40-ish points, but okay, that part is actually clean. But it was a good time overall. I thought about doing Apex, but I had only went and grabbed a treasure pack. And with being kinda grumpy, I probably shouldn't right now. Which is a-okay. I can always work on it another day. I finished the anniversary event, so I have the packs to open up. Right now, I'm still kind of mulling over whether or not I want to be able to hope that I'll get what I want, which is basically just the Maggie skin. And maybe any other pirate skins. Or if I should hope eliminate the pool and just see about getting the Watson pack, which would give packs. So there would definitely be more to open up on stream. Or just more to open up in general. But that would eliminate it from the pool of possibly one of the free packs having it. I could. Yeah, I got kind of grumpy about something. Not anything like game related. I just figured that I would kind of let the cheese cool down a little bit, and I just listen to some chill music and just do something. I still want to, and I'm gonna see if maybe I feel up to it after a bit of this, but I just feel like some stuff should kind of be obvious to people, and when it's not obvious to people, and then they still kind of be like, okay, I'll listen. But also, and then just press the point furthermore. It's just like, no, I just told you to stop. I just told you to stop and you're not stopping. So I just got a tad bit grumpy over it. No one here, luckily. Everyone's pretty good, I would say, about all of that. It just feels weird at times with things that feel like they should be obvious etiquette and are not, I guess. On a better note, I found out one of my friends started getting into Apex, and it was very tempting to be like, may I join you for a game so I can help you a little bit? But also, they had a friend in there already, and I don't want to be that person of like, I see you are streaming my game that I very much love. May I join you? Even though we are friends. I just haven't talked to him in a while, so I feel like because I haven't talked to him in a while, it would probably be a little weird. I feel like it would be one thing if it was a friend I regularly kept in contact with. But I imagine he'll probably play more and be able to just kind of bop in, say hi, see how he's doing. Yeah, out of the blue is a little bit different. So the last time I technically talked to him, it was when I was still working at the hospital, and his wife had just given birth to their child, so and it's not that time's usually not the best time to try and pick up a conversation anyways. It's just like you're exhausted. I understand. I'm just gonna do my job, say hi, and let you know that I recognize you and acknowledge and whatnot. But also, I'm not gonna stand here and talk to you for the next 10 minutes because I also have other people to take care of, and you are busy taking care of new baby. I also feel like there's a bit of, like, kind of general awkwardness, at least on my end, because his wife, who I guess I'm still sort of friends with, I haven't talked to her in a while either, but she still talks to one of my friends, one of my ex-friends, that had been a part of the cheating with my ex and stuff, and that feels kind of weird. So it's just like, it's fine that you two want to still be friends, but I do not want to. And there were a few times that she tried to initiate after that hanging out together, but also not being upfront with me that she had also invited said person. I basically had to inquire about it. So it's like, I hope you're doing good, but also, we're not really the friends we used to be. This thing still isn't clean? Hmm. I'll just put it here. Oh, there are little paw prints on the top of this house too. Now they're gone. But part of my brain had wanted to be like, you know what, maybe I'll just do Jackbox tonight. But I still feel like that would be too late of a notice for people, so I will plan a day to actually do Jackbox with people so that way they know it's actually happening and not like me coming out of the blue being like, hey, you all want to do this? So it very much feels like that needs to be sort of a planned thing. I don't know who this person is that's like texting me in game. I wonder if it's just some small child has gotten a hold of somebody's phone and is texting me weird shit. Or this is just a complete wrong number and they're just trying to troll their friend or something. I did end up getting my treasure pack. They were not great games, but I think we came in like 3rd place in the one I actually got my treasure pack in, so good enough for me. And talking with Upcarnus too, like realizing that Maggie seems to be doing pretty decent on this map. I might want to see when it does the split though. Assuming I haven't reached Platinum at this point. To just see about going to like Fuse or Caustic or something. Because they'd probably be more equipped for the map that it'll switch to. Metaphorical explanation of us power washing stress and filth from our lives. You know what? Maybe? Who knows? I imagine it's like has some sort of like stress relief for people, so it's hard to say. Also, I hope you're doing good, TRM. I imagine so. You got caught up in overtime business, which is important too. I did finish the event, so I got all my points and stuff. I haven't opened up the packs yet. I think I'm gonna wait for next Apex stream to be able to open up those puppies and be like, let's go, let's open them together metaphorically and see. And you can see my luck with event packs with just getting them hollow sprays. I was expecting to fall down fully, but I guess that didn't happen. You would think these gimmicky houses would be better kept up or easy to clean. I think it'll be neat to open them up on stream for everyone to be able to see. If anything, just to see what it is we get. And of course, because it wants me to open up the event packs first, I can't open up any of the normal packs that I have. So there are 5 packs just sitting there waiting for me to open. It is definitely nice being able to just have things cleaned up. I am sad that I have to get rid of all the paw prints, so those are neat additions. Oh.
Yeah, I put them up.
I heard a lot of sounds, so I was checking in enough corners to make sure he was okay, and he accidentally dropped a soda bottle and it's super
Also,
fizzy.
I fucked up and forgot to mix some bacon at first, so we won't have a crusty cheddar top, but it's mixed in now.
Okay, that is a-okay. Hey, critic. Oh, is this Mario Paint music? Is this Mario Paint music? I just grabbed a 90-minute, like, video of just, like, a compilation of video music. 2450. You are right, that is the creative exercise of Mario Paint. I've never played Mario Paint, so I would not have recognized it at all. Yeah, a bit of a head empty stream because, like, I had to do some bopping and I was just like, I'm a tad bit grumpy. And I don't want to do anything that's going to make it seem like I'm going to have a bad time with things. I know being grumpy is valid. I just don't want to, like, roll into stream being like, hey, everybody, I'm grumpy. And now you all have to deal with it. If stream turns into a grumpy thing, I can always address it then. But I don't want to just, like, hop on in here being like, I'm super grumpy, and we're just gonna possibly make it worse by doing all these other things. Exactly. And granted, I probably would have had a fun time doing Bloodborne. But also, I don't like going into Bloodborne in a bad mood. Grumpy trying to resume my Dark Souls 1 playthrough. That is fair. I have not done any. I have not finished any of the Dark Souls games at all. Maybe one day. Lord Vessel, oof. You're in for a time. Is that window broken? Or is that just... No. That's... Okay. I was misreading what that was. Need to get back on the shoe. Have a good lurk, hero. I assume that's what those... You mean with them emotes. All them lurking. See you in a bit. Hopefully, Elden Ring is a little bit more forgiving. Someone had posted a gameplay video apparently that helped them to decide that they were going to get Elden Ring. I still don't really know if I'm gonna get it, but I'll watch Steam play it. Computer can't handle it. Oh. And I imagine you don't have any other consoles that it can play it on. I don't know all of the platforms it's going to be on off the top of my head. Prospect of a Souls Breath of the Wild game will be interesting. I think so. Can I take this up the ladder with me? Pop it on here. No! But how am I supposed to get up there? It is PS4 as well? Okay. I guess I'll just pop it here. To be fair, I haven't kept up super well with it. I will be excited to watch Dan play it, though. So I imagine he's super excited for it. How is the bomb defusal going?
Going okay. What happened to Bloodborne?
I just didn't want to go, like, partially grumpy into Bloodborne.
Gotcha.
And I know I'm still kind of partially grumpy from what happened earlier, so... Granted, I know I was doing what I needed to do in terms of it, but... I just don't understand sometimes how someone doesn't quite realize things. Wait, how do I... Can I not... Can I have this? Can I have this? I can't. Okay, so that's how you get up here. To give context, the parents didn't do anything wrong in terms of it. I was just trying to kind of explain to somebody that, hey, the questions you're asking are kind uncomfortable, and I would like it to stop now. Especially for the fact that they were coming also across as very parasocial, and that is not great. And they had said they'd stop, but then continued to ask how one would be able to tell if they were being ignored by somebody online. And it all started with the fact that it was just a, hey, if I say hi to someone and they don't say hi back, am I being ignored? Kind of thing. I'm okay. It's just the person in question was just like, it's just like, they're gonna see this and this is gonna be uncomfortable, and like, they don't owe us shit. Like, if I say hi to somebody that I've seen in another chat and they don't say hi back, I don't assume I'm being ignored. I just assume that maybe they either do not want to engage or they're not really looking at chat. They're just kind of lurking, hanging out. I feel like you should only really worry about if you're being ignored by someone online by people you're actually friends with. Hopefully that makes sense. So it was getting to like a very like uncomfortable like topics, even though I was just like, hey, I don't want this to be uncomfortable. We should drop the the conversation should be dropped. No one else comment on it essentially, and there's like, okay, sorry, but also it's just like, no, that's not dropping the conversation. Please stop. And I get that there are some people that don't fully understand internet culture of sorts, but also I would think that it would be kind of apparent whether or not you're truly friends with somebody over the internet in order to have those fears. Which is why I think it's just kind of, for that particular person, probably getting a little bit more into the parasocial side of things, and that can, I feel like, be unhealthy. So honestly, before stream, I was just kind of keeping an eye on things to make sure things actually stopped before, like, starting stream. Okay, it was a small child that had gotten a hold of said person's phone. Don't fall off. Save. There we go. It does. Usually I just kind of um I just kind of make sure that, like, hey, I feel like we should both establish if we are friends or not to make sure that we are friends and none of us is, like, assuming anything. Because I can think that, like, maybe me and X person are friends, but I feel like I won't get an actual confirmation until it's acknowledged by both of us. Is this area good? Not quite. This roof is not great. And I know it can get spooky because there are times parasocial will lead to people feeling entitled, I guess, to someone's time or attention. And then that's not healthy. We menu music. I can't not listen to the song and just not think of the woe meme that was affiliated with it. Yeah, especially when money is involved. Because then there's that worry that someone might look at it as like, hey, I've spent this much money on you to get your attention, like, and I'm entitled to it. It is a bot for sure. Whoopsies. Luckily, I don't feel like that's happened here. And I don't know if it ever would happen here, but I imagine as time goes on, maybe something like that will happen. Hopefully much later than not. Or hopefully much later than sooner. I can pray for not, but that's probably not realistic in terms of the internet. For sure. And everyone's been good here, so I don't feel like it's ever gotten to that point here. Everyone's been good. If for some reason anyone ever did, I will say something. that was just what was on my mind, especially in terms of just parasocial. For sure. And I do that a lot too, where I will just hop into somebody's stream. Maybe if I'm not feeling like holding a conversation, I'll just kind of lurk there and just help with being like, well, me being here is helping with their views. And just leave it at that. And then if I am feeling up to it, I will engage. That is fair. I haven't played Judgment either. I don't think I've heard a whole heck of a lot about it, but I see it pop up every now and then. There was a speed run of it, I think, during GDQ. The last one we had.
Yeah.
I don't think I understood at all what was going on, though.
It's the Yakuza game. Have you not actually playing Yakuza? I remember.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. I think you explained that to me at one point.
I did.
Okay.
This is a different question.
I probably just forgot. I'm sorry. Yakuza spin off with more of a detective spin to it.
Yeah. Well, detective slash lawyer spin, yeah.
That is fair. And you know what? Karnas definitely did explain that to me. I apparently just forgot.
About like a dragon.
Yeah, that's right. And then you were explaining how, like, the whole likeness and things, and if they're going to be able to do another one.
I assume they want to continue the Judgment series, but they're going to have a new lead character.
What was the specific reason for it again?
In Japan, likeness issues are very prevalent, and basically the agency that has agency for the given the person who the main character is based off of. There was just an agreement between Sega and therefore they're like, nope, bye. Because you know how there's always like the infamous issue like of a game being adopted to or a movie being adopted into a game where there's you might not have characters like this because those sort of rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Japan, it's that or worse. Because of how protective they try to be of, appearances and whatnot.
Gotcha. I still want to play through the Yakuza games, which I know is a long trek, and I know there are a lot of feels in terms of it.
God damn it.
But it seems like it would be a fun time.
Yeah.
And Tom's speedrun of Dragons is good.
I would buy against trying to do every Yakuza game, to be fair. Especially, given how much we're going to get caught up in side stories and whatnot. Definitely start with zero.
Yeah, and you have zero, so.
Yeah. I would definitely recommend playing one. At least the remake of one. Let's be a little bit more precise on this. And if you have to jump to you could just literally jump to the fourth game and it's not that nothing would be missed, but like it's not like what will be missed. What will be missed is not great enough.
Detrimental.
Yeah, and honestly, 4 is like all the Yakuza stories are interesting, but I feel like 4 I think is one of the most interesting because it's besides 0, it's the only other game that doesn't have that actually has more than one main character.
Wait, 4?
Yeah, 4.
4 in terms of skipping.
Yeah, so basically I'm saying to 0, 1, 0, 1, 4. Like, actually no. You have to at least start 2. But, like, ultimately, but, like, it's, like, okay, 3 is definitely the one that I feel like can skip the most. 2, there's stuff that happens that affects the later games, but ultimately, like most of that is covered pretty early on, so it's just complicated.
I get you.
And of course, like every Yakuza game is just one giant no you, so you know, just like the Art games.
Basically.
I mean, you know I'm not going to lie. It's just basically, hey, can I,
Actually.
you know, like, every time you think you have it solved, there's an art twist.
Playing 3 is like playing a shiny PlayStation 2 game in a bad way. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's, like, I'm not gonna say, there's only one Yakuza game that's actually, like, flat out regarded as bad, and that's, Yakuza Dead Souls, and it's completely non-canon, so you don't have to care about it at all. Basically, they went, basically the best way you can describe Dead Souls is that they saw the fact that, like, Red Dead Redemption, the Undead Nightmare DLC, got popular and went, let's make a game aimed similar to that in the Yakuza universe.
You're finding a lot in 4, which feels free. Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, and 4, I think, like I said, the fact that it has 4 main characters, and you go through their stories and whatnot, like, the fact that they have to keep up a decent pace and you're not
That is shiny.
like the fact that they keep up a decent pace and they just go and like you know, like you technically can level up the characters and whatnot, like I forgot exactly how it is. I know there's like an actual level up, I think by doing certain side quests, but fundamentally, like most of that you don't have to really worry about, you know, leveling up any of the characters until maybe like you're actually trying to do the final sequence of the game. Like it's basically this equivalent of, hey, if you enter in now, you won't be coming back. Do you really want to continue? Type problem.
Gotcha.
And some of the characters I know, they're at least I know one of the characters has a really boring level ups thing, and you don't have, like, fundamentally there's only one, like, fundamentally you don't have to worry about it too much. Like the game, as long as you don't, as long as you're not trying to speedrun it and try to do only the main quest, typically you're going to have enough levels to do everything you want. You know, yeah. 4 is good. 5 is, from what I've heard, pretty alright. It's not like it definitely it's a little bit of a come down from 4. Um, and Yakuza 6 is the phase of again is one of those games. It's very emblematic of its time. It's because it's like it feel like it was like one of many games that had the um theme around like fatherly vibes and whatnot. Like it was like not that far. Like I think 6 came out not that far apart from. Yeah, well, I heard it's yeah. Except you only play as Kiryu in 5, right?
Also, I'm doing pretty okay. I was a little grumpy earlier, but who can
Oops.
be grumpy during Diddy Kong music? Diddy Kong Racing.
Gotcha. It's like the 6. Oh, 5 is 4 characters. I thought 5 was I thought 5 was only Kiryu. 6, yeah, and 6 you can kind of tell because if I remember correctly, 6 came out right around like where a lot of games are focusing on very like fatherly parently type games. I think it was like when the right around like where the original Last of Us came out. Also, so it's like it's obviously it's done in a very Yakuza manner.
Of course.
But where it's like, oh, here's a silly thing, and then and then when you get to the main story, it tries to rip your heart out. And then obviously 7 is like a dragon, and 7 obviously is I don't know.
Trying to figure out where this other
The one
frame
thing
is.
I don't remember offhand is um how do is uh, because I watched a playthrough of Judgment. I didn't actually play through it myself. And I have not played through like a dragon. I've only caught like half the story a through watching Tom and Star play and um yes definitely my the only thing I don't know know is where do, is the Judgment and Like a Dragon timelines? Are they both canon, or are they in the same like? Obviously, they both like are do they exist in the same timeline? Basically, I'm asking.
So this one go?
Because I don't actually know that answer. Um,
Trying to look for this ding ding window frame that apparently still has some grub on it. And at this point, like, it's not showing up when I try to highlight it, so I'm just trying to guess.
well, okay, okay, but are they canon within the same universe, or are they canon separately? That's what I'm like.
What do you mean separately?
As in like because I know of certain events that happen in Like a Dragon. I know there's certain events that but though I don't know if certain things have been like um certain things happened. Trying to avoid too many spoilers.
No, I get you.
Um, there's certain events that definitely happen in Like a Dragon. Right. A so what? Where does that leave Judgment? That's what I'm saying. Like I know Like a Dragon is definitely a sequel to 6. Very,
This feels like very complicated timeline scenarios.
well, it's just mostly like I know what happens in Like a Dragon enough to know that it possibly can contradict what some of the things that are present in the Judgment, and I just don't know the exact because I know, if I'm correct, Judgment in terms of actual time frame takes place in 2018, 2018. And I think Like a Dragon takes place in 2019, and I think Lost Judgment, um, and takes so sorry. It's just okay. Yeah, that. But you see where I'm getting at, critic. Like, I'm not saying that they're not. Like I believe they're both canon, but I don't know. Um, I don't know if both are technically like they. Yeah, you get my what I'm saying. Anyway, I would recommend Judgment. Like, I feel like it is a good enough game on its own. Like, I would
So
say
be worth playing.
yes. Also, you could actually play Judgment without playing any of the other Yakuza games. You won't be lost.
Which is good.
Yes. Like, I, I think,
God, where is this?
I think I think in Judgment, Kiryu doesn't even show up. So,
I tried spraying that and it didn't work.
um, so, um.
What?
Just TRM, yeah. But yeah, that's just my general.
No, that's fair.
I still have games I want to get through anyway.
We have a lot of games we want to get through, to be fair.
I know. I'm just thinking.
Because,
We still have 2 more Phoenix Wright games to get through. We still want to complete. Keep talking. No one explodes. You want to play Dread, which I
wait, keep talking. We want to do that.
No, we want to do that. I'm thinking getting the car loser.
Getting the car loser, yeah.
You wanted to.
I would like to go through Persona 5 Royal.
Right.
Which will be a big endeavor, and
just set aside a month for it, you know. Have you played the Persona games before, right?
Yeah, I've played the Persona games. I've never finished one, but like I'm pretty sure 3 is on the shelf, like the PlayStation 2 version. And I have Persona 4 Golden on my Vita. And then I have Persona 5, which I had gotten when it first came out, so I have like the hard case for it, and I had gotten the special edition, and have like it's back in Oregon, but like the rest of like the goodies are back in Oregon.
Yeah.
And then he bought me Persona 5R because of how long it's been since I've played Persona. They came out with an entire new version.
And from what I heard, like the main thing that Persona 5 Royale does is like it's like the main way I've heard story wise it's better. Like yes, it has more characters, like all of the follow up games have. But they did, like, Atlas actually decided to un-Atlas itself in its writing. Like, they actually removed one of the, I think the best way I can say is clear-coded characters that was really badly,
this is not working
written.
Well. I'm still listening.
But yeah.
Beans.
Yeah, we're definitely not going for platinum when it comes to Persona 5 Royale.
No, definitely not. Actually, how do I change my clothing? I own it, but I don't have it equipped, apparently. Oh, I know. When I played it originally, I beat the first 2 palaces. and I think I was starting the third one.
Yeah, and
So I was like, I know like a lot of like how it does the beginning part of it.
yeah,
It's not great. It feels kind of icky, and they definitely kind of like remove like a lot of what they build in the first palace, like in the second palace with like how it's set up and whatnot. But like, I'll be okay.
look, it's not going to be the campsite scene in 4.
I know.
The campsite scene, yeah, that was just a trip, and this made like it definitely was like, okay, everyone, became a running meme in Dan's chat for how much we hated one of the characters after that scene. So I'm gonna go check on the mac and cheese.
Sounds good. Also, I hope you're doing good, Miss. I won a job today. I was playing with Pagan Crew, and I won a job. And it was my first time winning a job, and it made me happy. Which I also think, once they possibly do another sale, see about grabbing that one. And see about planning, like, a day to do, like, Jackbox games. Because I have quite a few on my PlayStation 4. Senior job getter copy. It really does go off the rails, and honestly, I thought I was going to lose that game, and I was going to be fine with it, because even if I don't do super great, if I can get someone to giggle, or I just hear how someone else has made them giggle, I feel like that's it. That's winning. Getting someone to laugh is winning. And during the last thing, I didn't get a lot of good words to be able to make something I felt like would be funny. And then it also got pinned up against 3 other ones. It's just like, oh, the rest of these are actually super powerful, and I'm fine with not winning. And I won by like, I think 40-ish points. It definitely made me want to try and play Jackbox today, but I know that would be too late notice. So I will plan a day. I will set a day to be like, hey, on this date, I really want to play Jackbox if you all want to play with me.
Okay, let me get it in school, and do you want a drink?
Whatever you feel like having. Having jokes you think are super funny, just not. It can be one of the worst trends in the world. That is fair. And from what I was told, it's best to have like just the login to Twitch side enabled for Jackbox games, so I'll definitely do that whenever I set a date and a time for it. Like, part of me thinks maybe I should save it for like birthday shenanigans, but also part of me is like, I could do it sooner than birthday shenanigans. Because birthday's it's still a little ways away. I wish I could use the bigger one for this. But it doesn't get it with all the rust. Even then, this is not getting it either. I've Carnus made very, very expensive mac and cheese tonight, which sounds like it's going to be fantastic. It's almost done.
I mean, it's not really not as cool as that.
Yeah. I guess the proper thing would be then it's almost good enough to consume. Nope, I want to rotate this. There we go. I forget all of the cheeses he used for it, but it was like, what, $25 worth of cheese or something?
Yeah, I mean, I only use about half of it, but still, like, there's still a lot of cheese.
It was like a 4 cheese thing.
5.
5?
Yeah.
My bad.
I think it was $100 worth of cheese. We're only talking about like a couple of pounds of cheese, though.
Yeah.
We're not talking about like a large quantities. We're talking about like paying like fucking $5 for like a half pound quantity.
Yeah. Yeah. We made orange chicken last night and I completely forgot to take a photo of that. But it's alright. I've taken plenty of pictures of it at this point. Why does this have so much rust on it? I don't have soap on this, do I? I don't think I have the soap nozzle for this. That's fine. Okay, so this is mostly being taken care of. It will also be interesting now that I think about it, doing stream for birthday. Because last year I did stream for my birthday. It was also very chill. And I think maybe only a handful of people actually showed up. Which was fine. We got to talk and whatnot. It just makes me think of, I guess I have a mental comparison point of how much has changed in the year since I've been doing this. Hopefully that makes sense. Mario Galaxy has very good music. And honestly, I still think back to the fact that technically my first stream of being fully back and trying this once more, because I've mentioned it before, I believe I've tried a few times, like starting up streaming and whatnot, and then things happen and it doesn't pan out in terms of me being able to continue to get to stream. And my first actual stream being back was playing Fall Guys with friends, and my mic being muted the entire stream. Last year I played Hollow Knight and started that playthrough for my birthday, though. And I was hoping to have more games kind of chunked away, so that way maybe just do long stream of just whatever games I feel like playing for my birthday. Birthday isn't until April 6th, so there's still plenty of time to mull it over. I imagine I will have finished Bloodborne by then, hopefully. Possibly finish up Resident Evil 4. Maybe not Spiritfarer, but... And part of me debates whether or not I should start over Kingdom Hearts and just maybe do a normal run of it, so that way people don't have to, like, wait to get anywhere in the story. Being like, I'm dying a lot more than I thought I would, and this is mostly because I do not have guard. I made mistakes. And I could just grind off screen to be like, okay, back up to here. And resume it as a non-proud mode version. I wasn't having a bad time with it. I just wouldn't want other people to also have a bad time with it. This car's so grubby. I guess I should have had the upgraded thing for being able to do this car. Because even with this one, it's not taking it off as well as I would have hoped. Which is probably why it was its own thing. I figured, oh, this will be easy. I can just quickly wash this car. That was a lie. It can be. I've done improv mode before, but also that was a while ago, and that was with specifically being able to get guard as soon as possible, instead of me goofing up the way that I have in this current playthrough. And getting guard will come as late as possible. I did. I usually choose shield in some capacity, and what I had double checked in terms of advice for proud mode, it was recommending having more attack, and because of that, because of the setup essentially with it, I have made it to where guard would be, I think it was like in the 30s or something. It would be very late getting guard in terms of what I usually get it at. I made an unintentional pun. I'm now trying to mentally think of what it was. Now I'm sad that I missed my own pun, apparently. You goofed up. How would that be? How would that be a pun in terms of the not having a shield? I'm probably just not getting it. I'm sorry. Right, but like, how is goofing up and a pun for goofy? Also, hi Nikki. I hope you're doing good. You also, cutie. I've apparently made a mistake with trying to do this one without a better nozzle. I'm sorry, Myth. I think I get what you're trying to say. It's just not clicking in my brain. Here.
I wasn't 100% sure, so.
No, you're good. Thank you. Also, because go figure, ever since I put the mouse traps up, the mouse has not been around at all. It's just like, we gave you the good peanut butter, and now you're not showing up. Which makes me wonder if someone's already taking care of said mouse. Because I imagine the mouse was able to go to several different apartments based on whatever connections. Yeah, the good peanut butter. Like, it's the crunchy kind. You got the crunch in it. And I set up both of the traps. Oh my goodness, there's so much still. Basically, have to leave it on there for a while to get it clean. I'm glad. Just mess around with Necromancer on ESO. I am not sure if I'm familiar with the term. Is it Skyrim? That's where my brain went. But also a lot of people have been playing Skyrim, I feel like, around me. Elder Scrolls Online. Okay. Okay. That makes much more sense now. I'm glad you're having fun with it. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, it's a chaotic mess. I know. I'm sorry, I need to get my shiny boy. Also, that dock is not plugged in.
Yeah.
zombies cause crimes, and you could go around spamming your spell.
Yeah.
It tastes good. Oh, can't? Oh. Well, that's a shame. But I'm sure it's for reasons. Okay, this at least gets all the grubby. Pretty sure I own the base game of that. I know there have been so many expansions that have come out, and I'm fairly certain I do not have a lot of them. Wingmares. Oh. Oh, pyromancy is illegal. Well, I guess it's a fairly good reason. But also, they could not make it illegal. They could just let everyone do what they want. Granted, that would probably mean there's a lot of necromancy shenanigans. Iris? Tyrese? Making boning legal? Isn't boning already legal? To be fair, the mac and cheese is very good. I know it's expensive, but it's also good. Which one of these is still not okay? This one. There we go. Definitely not as long as the trying to find it in the shoe. Also, I just realized in the playback I'm not wearing the colors that I bought. Which means they're not equipped. Which also means I don't know how to equip them. We could do... No, this is a fire station. One, the skate park. Very complicated. The wrong face of the moon. You can end up with a magic house cat, a leopard, or a furry? That sounds like it's a time, honestly. Honestly, I think there's just so much lore in Elden Scrolls that I just would not be able to keep up. I would have to have been in the thick of it when things were starting to be lore-based, so that way I could gradually learn it over time. Or now, where it's just like, I don't think I could at all. There's just a lot. Everything is canon and non-canon because of time dragons. See, and that is probably exactly why I'm like, oh, that would probably be too overwhelming then for me to figure that all out. Because I would probably have to read a lot to be able to understand what is going on. Granted, I'm sure there are people that feel that way about the things that I like, which is completely valid. I just happened to be in the thick of it when those things came about. Like, I'm sure that if I was to just start, like, spouting Apex lore at people that have never played, it would probably seem overwhelming. But I was kinda in the thick of it, so there wasn't too much reading back and learning to figure out what was going on, to where I've kept up with it and know what's going on. Versus someone that's probably joining now in season 12 being like, you know, there's a lot here. Hopefully that makes sense. About the third of 7 Umbrial calamities? I'm not familiar with those. Oh, gotcha. I like flaunting lore that I know at the very least. At least if anyone's interested. If not, that's also valid. I don't remember much of Final Fantasy lore, other than you're the Warrior of Light, and some other shenanigans that I don't remember the full context to. You started looking into Apex lore in the last season? Hi, Toucans. We are all the Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy MMO Online, which I heard apparently they brought back their trials for people to try for the first time. I'm not entirely sure how true that is, but hopefully it is. Word of light, and if something bad happens in the past, either Messi and Sarah are at fault. Uh-oh. This is the theme of Kingdom Hearts 3, and you can't wait, which thing is the theme for Kingdom Hearts 3? Because I haven't finished Kingdom Hearts 3. So at least when I go into that and play it, it will be mostly blind. Oh! I never got to be around for the streams where he played the games. Which is a shame because I was there for the... I was there for part of the explanation for Gam going over Kingdom Hearts lore with Barry. I ended up having to catch the VOD and just like slowly going through it because I wanted to see how Gam explained it. And it was pretty spot on. And the fact that a lot of it came up to like, don't worry about that right now. Or don't worry about that. Don't think about that too much. It's just like, yeah, I guess so, huh? Much had to be done to avoid VOD obliviation. That's fair. We'll get to that. That as well. We'll get to that. And sometimes I'll just go watch, like, the explanation videos sometimes. Just be like, you know what, I wanna listen to the silly explanation video. Watch when Bring Lemons happens, it's one of the high points of the community. I bet. Did I? No, I can't put. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put that there so I can move this and actually put the ladder up properly. The fact that anything could be a SpongeBob meme at this point with how much content there is of SpongeBob is both fascinating and I really don't think they knew what they were doing when they made SpongeBob in terms of like, one day this will be a meme. Because to be fair, when SpongeBob first came out, memes weren't really a thing. SpongeBob is your love language. That is fair. I would like to play the Nier games. I do know one of the main endings because I had watched a speedrun of it once. And I think I also watched Stan Floyd video that touched on it. I'm not gonna say it because obviously that would be spoiling it, but it is something I would still like to be able to go through at some point. You know, from this point of view, it makes it look like someone was murdered in this park. I just realized. It's just like, oh, it sounds like the video's over. And it was. But because it was a part of something I guess I had saved, it went to the next video in the playlist, which is which was me finding a 5-hour Yoshi story theme compilation for Deer last night. So what you're listening is that video. It's 5 hours long. We're not gonna listen to 5 hours of it, but you know that it exists. I forget which one was technically first, but one day I'd like to go through them. Look at this look at this really good spot for what I've cleaned, and then just the rest of it. It's just like, uh-oh. I still have so much to do. And then as soon as I hit 2,000, I'm gonna buy the better nozzle. I never really played any of the Tony Hawk games growing up, so luckily I have no attachment to them. Which is for the best because of Tony Hawk getting into NFTs as well. Replicate is first. This distortion of like Ocarina of Time. I don't know if I would ever stream the Nier games, because I feel like that would be very long. But I'll play through it someday. I don't think I know that game. What is that? Yeah, I never played that one either. But, no, wait, no. I did play it. I just never owned it. There was a friend at the time that owned that game. It sounds like that turned out for the best. Before we get too far into Yoshi story theme. As a note, I've also never played Yoshi Story. I watched someone play like 30 minutes of it to show it to me, and I didn't quite understand the appeal to it, so I've just never tried to play it on my own. I love Yoshi's Island. You know what, let's... I mean, Myth, the answer to that is always that I'll just go tell Upkarn to say he's cute and amazing. Also, I forget what ended up tuning me into, like, rock and metal music. But I do, like, you know what, I think it was AMVs. I think there was just some really good compilation of, like, AMVs with some heavy metal music that I just ended up going for. See, and that's the thing, I haven't really played any Kirby games either. I've played a little bit of one of the Nintendo ones, and I don't remember which one it was. And I've played some of Kirby Air Ride. And that's about it. I heard, and Apkarnas wants to be able to take me through it, and I really like Kirby. I've just never really played it myself, which also means that the one that comes out in March is going to be a time. Yeah, and I would definitely co-op that one with Apkarnas if he wanted to do it. We've talked about it, and he would be up for it. When would be kind of up in the air because I know that I kind of have a lot of games going, and right now we're kind of going through Phoenix Wright. We've technically finally beaten the first game. There's just the other two games in the trilogy. And whether or not we want to expand upon that afterwards. Oh, this is... Oh no, that's... Does that mean that all of these are... I can't leave the good graffiti on the wall? That's rude. That's rude. This was somebody's art, and now I'm having to erase it because the game decided, no, I'm not allowed to have this up. Is that good enough? Yeah. Like, it's a skate park. Skate parks are not meant to look, like, pristine or anything like that. I still don't have enough monies. Let's see. I don't think Apkarnas will see that. But that's okay. I don't think Apkarnas is in chat right now.
I'm kind of here. But I'm trying to play Apex, so.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Also, I lied. Apparently, he did see it, so. I was wrong. Can I guess do... I guess we'll just have to outline this and get rid of it. Even though I should just be allowed to let this exist here in the skate park. Right conditions for a time loop heist. I mean, I would just tell Apkarnas security. And amazing. I can't say what for sure Apkarnas would choose in that situation, but I imagine he would have both be right, but actually, can I just... This mostly works. I just really want the 2000 now so that way I can upgrade this and have more efficient cleaning. Now that I realize that how to be able to use it properly. Also, I did find out the other day that they're starting to promote the Umbrella Academy, like Season 3, and that will be exciting. nice. I liked the first two seasons. I don't think it had a date associated with it from what I saw, but I imagine this means we're gonna get a date soon-ish. I haven't read the comics, so I have no comparison point for how well or not things are being told in the show, but it's been nice when I have gotten the chance to watch. Read the first 2 to 3 books, they're interesting. Like a heavily watered down saga with more angst. That is fair. Which reminds me, I need to also see about picking up Saga again at some point because that was very good. When I watched it, or read it, not watched it, has no show out yet. Never got far into Saga. That is fair. From what I remember, there were kind of... Oh, footprints. There were kind of heavy themes in Saga. This third... I think it's fine. It's fine. Gets even wilder? I would imagine so. Like, I would be here for it. I just know that that would also be... It would probably be a lot to try and get a hold of the copies to be able to read through all of them. And at some point, I'm gonna catch up, and then I'm gonna have to wait with everybody. And then that's gonna be like, no, I didn't want to go through all of it so quickly to have waited. Yeah, didn't it apparently come off of like some sort of hiatus? I don't know the details of said hiatus. I just remember people sharing about it. I am excited that they're excited, and also unsure if, at this point, if maybe I should just wait for the story to be finished and then jump into it again, or if I should just go ahead and try and find a means of being able to read it. It's kind of like with the whole Game of Thrones thing. I know people are unhappy about how it ended. I don't know how it ended, but I also kind of don't want to know because I don't know if it's ever something I'm just going to eventually finish watching. Stopped ringing shortly after the Discord Dirt Bike Planet. I don't remember where I was at all to be able to know if that's a spot I ever got to or not, honestly. Thank you, TRM. Myth is cute. Myth is a cutie. And a sweetie. That would also include you. So chat is a cutie. Also, I was talking to my friend in terms of the Nuzlocke and kind of seeing what he wanted to do. Just because having randomized types is hard, especially when it led to what happened to me, which was getting basically soft off into a fight. And like it would eventually resolve, but it would have taken probably forever. That I know that's exaggeration, but hopefully you get my point. We're considering starting over our Nuzlocke runs and just having it to where the types are not randomized. I'd like to finish this bench so I can have the monies for it. Or from it. Yes, very much so. Granted, I do not remember it well enough to be able to give any additional context with it. But it is always good to be aware when going into it. They got you. And it's also true, you are a cutie, so. And a sweetie. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more than 25 bucks from this, but oh well. That is fair. I'm not gonna force someone to feel a certain way about themselves if they do not feel it. Mentally thinking about it, I also realize I have a lot of arting I want to potentially do this week. There's going to be another graphics quest this week, which is the normal episodes are longer than the side quest one, which is what I did last time and posted to Discord and Twitter and stuff. Um, I'm not sure if you all would be interested if I streamed it to Discord or just streamed it at all. I guess based on the timing, it might be on a stream day. I'll have to double check. Oh, I had joined uh the Yeti doing what was called a graphics quest, and basically he is our pretend DM giving us quests, aka like artist prompts, and we spend the time for allowed said quests to be able to do them and post them to the Discord that I'm a part of, and we're awarded XP. And the XP is going to go towards real, like, item rewards. And it's going to be going on for the entire year, so far I've been taking part in that. And I wasn't sure if you all would be interested in me streaming the art, my side of it, because I know when I've done it, it's felt like a little chaotic because I don't know what I'm doing until I just kind of start getting going. Which usually means a lot of frantic, like, quick Googling and trying to think of an idea that would fit the prompt and then getting started and hopefully having it all done and whatnot. And I was trying to mentally think if it was actually going to be on a normal stream day this time. Because luckily they have been going on later in the night. So I don't accidentally miss one. But it's just mostly for funsies and being able to also have something that I don't get super attached to in terms of arting it, so it helps a little bit with the perfectionism side of things for myself. Essentially. Which I haven't posted the other two to Twitter. I only posted them in the dedicated Discord for it. But actually, I'll go ahead and leave this here. I'm gonna wipe them as well, then I'll move the ladder. But I don't know if that would be something that would interest you all, I guess. Especially with trying to be better about putting my art out there in general. like it being poopy like that. There are a lot of things I want to do, and I need to focus better on it. Sometimes I'll sit down intending to work on something in particular, and then I'll just get sidetracked. I'll still work on it sometimes a little bit, but then it's definitely not as much time as I had intended to put towards any particular thing. Like, I know I still need to finish up emotes and things. And then sometimes I just get nervous, streaming the art process of things. I guess that's the case with anything. I sometimes just get nervous in general, like being like, I don't know what I'm gonna stream. And now I'm nervous for the fact that I don't know what I want to stream or what I feel up to doing. And then the general nervousness of starting stream with not knowing what it is I want to do. And then usually I'll just have to sit down and think, I need to think of what I need to stream because I can't just be like, okay, we're starting to stream, but also I don't know what we're doing. Especially when I just have days of big indecisiveness. Man, I'm only getting like $5 off of these. I usually like to as well. Or at the very least, like, start stream once I've figured out what I want to do. Which I know sometimes means the streams are a little bit later than I'd like them to be, but... That's fair, Myth. I think that would probably be too intense for me because I've never played. Hi, Chester. You also cute, and I hope you're also having a good day. Hi, Twizzlight. Reminds you of... I don't think I've heard of that. What is that? I'm gonna Google it. Oh! I've seen some people play that. I have never played it myself. Chester was there when I won the job earlier today. It was a good time. Maybe I should be grabbing something up. It was so much fun. times like that, and when I got to join Barry stream and play with everyone there, just reminds me how much I love Jackbox games and that I just need to plan a day so I can just play with people. I'm also glad that they were funny like I intended them to be, because when I was submitting, I was just like, you know, probably someone's gonna have a much better one than me, and that is completely fine. I at least made myself giggle when writing this. Glad when people went full curse. I wasn't sure how curse to go, so I just kind of was like rambling in mine. And then there were a few times I didn't get to write anything, or I was just like, oh, I can't write this because I'm running out of time. And then like submitted it. Being like, I'm sorry for the person that got my small collective glump of words. Trying Thursdays at 9 p.m. for now and see how it goes. Nice! I hope it all goes well. Oh, I'm never ever sure when someone's streaming, and then I'll find out later. It's just like, you stream? Heck. I wish I had known this before. And even then, I don't really have like a stream schedule necessarily. It's just like, on this day you can expect a stream. Will it be early? Will it be late? You'll never know until I apparently just boop the live button, which probably shouldn't keep up for much longer. I should really just set a general time frame of like, okay, streams at this time. It's part of the magic of Calvi stream. They just show up. They just show up whenever. I also feel weird at times trying to promote myself, so I'll post to my Twitter and my Discord in the Neighborhood Watch Discord, and that's about it. Because I'm just like, I don't want to be annoying.
You're not being annoying.
I know, but...
Yourself.
Huh?
You're not being annoying, fucking promote yourself.
I just worry I would be.
Stop worrying about it, because if you were being annoying, people would tell you.
I know.
So shush and promote yourself, damn it.
I'm just bad at it. I don't know how well you all could hear up Karnas. I still have it on far, so you probably heard a little blop of it. For a second, I thought this was a dick. I was just like, oh, we're gonna have to remove the dick from the wall. No, instead it's just a band-aid with the, the specific S mark on it. I just thought the way that the end of that band-aid was like the tip. It's very hard, critic. It's very hard to just try and promote yourself. I still don't know how to do it properly. Especially if I get a raid from somebody I don't know in the neighborhood, watch this like, oh, I should have probably given an actual introduction of who I am. Instead, people were sent here and have no context for what I'm doing here. Okay, I think all of this is good. It's just all of this now. I wonder if this is its own separate entity. Is this good enough? No, of course not. Yeah, I'll have to use this green one for all of this. Until I can get a more powerful gun. Water nozzle thingy. Like, even thinking about it now, I don't know what I would do as like a small introduction. Be like, hi, I'm Calvi, I'm a residential nerd of streams. I probably should say more, but then I don't know what. Residential nerds unite. Yeah. Especially for the fact that I know sometimes you can just make them not safe for work jokes at times, and it's just like, well, it made me laugh. But then if I go a while without making a not safe for work joke, then it might be jarring for someone to be like, did they just say what I thought they said? Probably put my other earbud back in, or other side of the headphone back in. I hope this gives me monies when I finish playing it. I want the better gun. I just want 2,000 to get a better gun. Okay, that only gave me $15. Rude. At least this nozzle can take care of the general griminess. I'm gonna be so excited when Klonoa comes out. I'm probably gonna stream it as soon as it comes out and be like, whatever we were doing before is no longer important. This is a Klonoa stream now. And I imagine a lot of people are going to be playing it, so it probably won't be like a popular thing or anything like that. But that'll just then be, this is a me stream. I get to go through and I get to see the boy. Get to be happy that it's remastered and it's here. And get to go through the first one because I never went through the first one. It's probably going to be a lot of gushing over it being like, it's so good. when the second one was on PlayStation 2, like there would be times I would just sit through it and play through all of it in a single sitting if I just wanted like a good comfort game. I'm glad because I'm probably gonna end up making that a long stream of like, we're playing this now. Everyone strap in. We have the boy for a while. And I imagine Ansa's probably gonna play it too, and then I get to see Ansa be excited for Klonoa as well, and that will be great. And new people are gonna get to try it for the first time. Like, I'm really excited for that because there are probably so many people that have never played Klonoa. And this will be their first time going through it. And then I'll get to see more artwork of Klonoa too, as well. And then there'll be more fans to talk about it with. It'll be a good time. I know there could be people that are just kind of like, you didn't. You only liked it when the remake came out. You're not a true fan or whatever. It's just like, no, more fans, please. More people experiencing it for the first time. Let me watch and see you be excited for the thing. I know it was definitely during the time of mascots. I really hope they're not going to gatekeep the franchise. Oh, if Fangamer makes a plushie, that would be fantastic. If Fangamer made any merch for Klonoa, that would be fantastic. Is that grub? That is absolutely grub. We're gonna, I guess, have to do a better nozzle on this one. But yeah, I hope they don't gatekeep it, and I'm excited to see all the new people have a good time. And it's also alright if you don't have a good time with it. It might not end up being your cup of tea. And that is also okay. I know there are those people out there, so that's why I just restated. People are allowed to not like a thing as much as I'm allowed to like a thing. Did I already get this? No, I didn't. I need to get the graffiti on the wall. You have good news and bad news? Concerned about good news, or concerned about bad news, but also yay for good news. What is the news? Klonoa, Fangamer has Klonoa merch. Do they? I'm more saying that as I'm surprised I didn't realize they had Klonoa merch. It's only a vinyl record that's sold out. Okay, that's probably why. Maybe that's why. I wasn't aware of it. Because usually when I look at Fangamer, I just look for specific categories and see if they have games, like them having Professor Layton stuff on there. which is very good, and I appreciate that it's on there. Hi, Strayer. That is cute. I hope you're doing good. The chicken photo you posted yesterday to Deer's Discord was very good. Very wholesome. Which honestly just reminds me of the fact that I derailed not only the entire stream, but also had the shortest amount of time I've ever been a mod anywhere. Which I'm pretty sure I shared with everyone in the Discord. But it still makes me laugh thinking about it. Especially when the fact that uh not long after that Epcarnus was made a mod temporarily and then he was also demodded.
I didn't even do anything wrong.
No, you didn't. To be fair, it was probably more for the bit than anything.
Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong.
Should be sleeping because I've worked in 2.5 hours, but Pokemon. That is fair. Pokemon is very powerful in terms of I should be doing this thing, but Pokemon. Yeah, chicken switch route. It was very cute just seeing chicken being asleep right on the top of the switch. Ever so gently perched. That was you the last 2 days? Oof. To be fair, me and Epcarnus didn't get to sleep until like 8:30 this morning or something. I just couldn't for the life of me fall asleep. At one point, I was tired and I was laying down, and then instead, I got second wind and I was up. That's what it's been sounding like. I haven't played it, but from everyone I've heard playing it, it's like, oh, I'm having a good time. Oh, when did it become 4 in the morning? Then it's 11 a.m. the next day. Yep. I imagine they would try and do something like this again, being that it's received such a positive response to it, and they seem like they keep to things that have received a positive response, but also, I am not sure. Hopefully, they end up doing more with it down the line. Narcolepsy and stress and anything else, but Apex event trackers is cool now. Nice. Did you get anything good from the packs that you got, or nah? I haven't opened up my event packs yet. I'm gonna wait to open them up on a stream here soonish, I think. Anything specific to the anniversary event or nah? I did find out that some of their previous kind of events that they did, like the Halloween one, the uh, deep sea one, being that you can technically craft those now outside of the event, you can get those skins in regular packs. Being that I got a skin from the deep sea event in a regular pack. Also unlocked Revenant. Okay. Oh, I get you. I know the tracker should have given you 2 specific anniversary packs, which would guarantee you 1 item from the anniversary event. I haven't opened up mine yet because I have the luck with the event packs to where I just get hollow sprays. So it's just like, maybe I'll have better luck if I stream opening it. At least everything's getting there. I wonder if this will give me monies once I finish it. Yes, it gave me 25. That gave me so much more than the watermelon. Does that mean this would give me some monies? Maybe. I could probably check. I think there's some sort of list I could check to see what gives more money than others. So I could get to the 2000 and just get the better one. But also, I just kind of like figuring it out. I think the bars only give me $5. Bigger issue is why is this town still here if it constantly covered in ash this bad? That is fair. Also just makes me think of Oregon when fire season is afoot, where everything is just covered in ash. And that's if you're lucky enough to be far enough away from the fires to where the fires don't burn anything down. I'm very close to having enough monies for a better gun. Gorge was on fire and you couldn't even walk around. It would be Beaverton. It was so smoky. Yeah, between the smoke and the ash, it would get real bad. And then apparently everyone forgets that fire season is unfortunately a thing in Oregon, so everyone would wait to get decent masks until, like, the N95 ones, until the smoke was upon us. Granted, I imagine now, like, being able to find more of those masks is not necessarily an issue because COVID. It also makes me wonder, like, when will it be safe enough for to not have to wear a mask? And also, how anxiety inducing is it going to be for a while of just not having a mask on in public? I can probably grab the stool. So I feel like we're all gonna have like some sort of general anxiety at the very least. But it also could just be me. Alrighty, now starting May 21st, no more masks unless you want to wear it. Do not look forward to trying to enforce federal transportation mandates. My, that sucks. That feels like it's too soon. That's a month away. I feel like we're still in the thick of it. Especially when there are gonna be those kinds of people where if you ask them to wear a mask, they're just gonna be like, I've chosen not to wear one, you can't enforce it on me. I imagine so. That sounds like it's gonna be a nightmare. Can I get something for cleaning this pole? Maybe? Oh no, meh. Oh. On one hand, it sucks that you're one of two people that are being responsible. And also, I know it's the state you live in, and they already kind of suck at a lot of things, so I'm also not surprised. It's more of like, I don't know what I expected. Okay, this did not quite give me anything. Oh wait, no it did. It gave me $25. I can buy a thing. I can buy a better... I can buy the heavy duty one. We're gonna do it. And then we gotta equip it. Oh, well there's clothing. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. There we go. That's how you switch clothing. This is instantly so much better. Where you live in Montana basically just shapes everyone into wearing it or isolating the moment you get sick. It seems to work so far. That is... I feel like that's better than just pretending that it's okay for them to be wearing masks. I don't remember where specifically I read it from, but that was kind of what happened apparently with people wearing seatbelts, where kids were basically bribed into pointing out and trying to guilt trip people, being like, why isn't that person wearing a seatbelt? In order for them to start wearing seatbelts more and being able to enforce that, because there were people that were doing it with their kids of like, Mom, why is that person not wearing a mask? Mom, why is that person not, like, thinking of the safe, like, thinking of others with being safe kind of thing? And apparently it was working, so... Or at least helping. Which seems weird that you would have to guilt trip somebody into doing something that is better for everyone as a whole. But also when people get stubborn, it kind of feels like there is a certain group of people that you feel like you kind of have to do that with. Exactly, like, but my freedom. It's just like, but what about everybody else too? I just care a lot about people and wanting them to be safe. Was sold to Indian families? Were they not for it originally? It's new and weird, but being guilt tripped and peer pressured into the right things works sometimes. It does. I just wish it wasn't. It wasn't a tactic that had to be used. You know what? I don't know what that is. Let me Google that. Oh. It feels like that would get real awkward real quick. Assume all humans are garbage and it's easier for me in public transport. That's fair. I noticed when the last time I went to the gym that there were a lot of people that were not wearing their masks on in the gym, which I I understand they check your vaccination status before being allowed into the gym, but also I don't know where any of these people have been. So I usually just keep my mask on and just try and stay away from people. Which even then we're in a building, so it's not like it's the most optimal strategies. The government had a plan to get it into being standard for the newer generations, and they got their previous generations to start doing it too. Told people on board you would rather let their dog or cat travel instead of them. Dogs and cats are usually pretty well behaved. It reminds me of the sign someone to put on their hotel of just like, if your dog can vouch for you, you will let you stay here. Like, we've never had like a dog leave the room like a mess type of thing or anything like that, just like listing off all these things. It's just like, so yeah, if your dog can vouch for you, you can stay here too. I believe you. I just had never realized that was something that had to be guilt tripped onto people back then. And it probably wasn't even as far back as I would think. I should probably grab the ladder at this point. Where did I leave it? There it is. Nope, give. Give. Thank you. Unless it. Yeah. There are lots of good puppos out in the world. There are some bad puppos, but you know, that's just from the teachings of they're humans. And it's no fault of the puppo if they did not learn good things from their human. Huskies argue with their owners about getting at them. Gives me life. That is fair. Huskies are so sassy. And very, very dramatic. You have one of those? I believe that Myth has a meme for everything. Um, when I was trying to go through my Google account to try and free up space, I downloaded all of my memes that had ended up in my Google like photo side of things. It didn't really barely put a touch in it, but it was fun being able to be like, oh, look at all these memes I forgot about. This was a good meme. Like when the Bernie meme was like going about a lot, I have a lot of those that are saved onto my phone. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that myth. Husky Tantrums is one of my favorite subreddits. There's a subreddit for it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. They are very much like throwing their tantrums if they are extremely sassy. And honestly, most Huskies are just extremely sassy. I don't think they've ever met a non-sassy Husky, at least in real life. Of course there's a subreddit. I'm glad it exists. I'm also sad that I have apparently never thought to look for a subreddit for tantrum throwing Huskies. Which I should probably look more on because I never really got into the whole subreddit thing. I will poke in there whenever someone has shared a link to any particular subreddit. But for the most part, I just never really got into it because I wasn't sure I understood it. I didn't know how to use it in terms of an art, I guess, margin, more so. So I just never explored it. Which now just randomly reminds me of the fact that I had found this subreddit for references for not safe for work stuff. That's basically the thing, at least I think I've saved the link to. It was just in terms of if I wanted to draw any sort of like spicy artwork that I had some sort of reference for certain things. Because it was very well sectioned, I guess. I don't know what would be the term for that kind of thing. And yet, even though I have these references, I still have yet to actually draw any not safe for work art. I start, and then it's just like, I don't like how this is turning out. I'll come back to it later, and then I don't. There's some very good Reddits and some very, very bad parts of Reddit. That's fair. I think I also heard a lot of the bad side of Reddit, so it even more so made me be like, I don't know if I want to get onto Reddit. The only reason I'm on Twitter is because everyone pretty much moved from Tumblr to Twitter. For some reason. I don't know what the actual explanation for why everyone went from Tumblr to Twitter, because this was well before they decided that they were going to stop allowing not safe for work stuff on uh, Tumblr. Man, that Tumblr bot that was supposed to catch like not safe for work stuff, when they first did it, it looked like it was having a time. It was trying its hardest. It was not quite succeeding, but it was still trying. And it was very amusing seeing what it tried to tag as not safe for work. Especially for the fact that a lot of the stuff that it tagged was stuff that was people fully clothed and whatnot. Looking for reviews for computer parts and whatnot. Nice. Never thought that it could get used for something like that. But that makes sense. A lot of my own research, I feel like, is just what I learned from my time in tech customer service. I'm grateful at least I have the knowledge to know what kind of hardware I should be looking for and being able to know what's gonna be good. This thing didn't boop, so I was... There you go. And I'm honestly just randomly reminded of the fact that there were people that would send in their RAM for RMAs, which is return material authorization. And they would send back their parts in like cereal boxes. Which, that's a time. That was a time. Hi, Juice. I hope you're having a good night. Or day, because actually I don't know what time zone you actually live in. But yeah, there were people that would send in their replacement parts in like cereal boxes. So kind of weird for the team that processes those RMAs to receive like a box of like Cheerios, and inside it being the RAM or solid state drive that's being returned for replacement. Big Hubba going on with Newegg? Uh-oh, what is Newegg doing? It's been going better. Being able to talk to everyone helps. Apparently they've been scamming people in returns for a couple of years now, and all of it is blowing up. Oh no. Because they did it to a big reviewer with some plot. Uh-oh. So, was it that people would return stuff and they tried to claim they never received it? Or... Because this is the first time I'm hearing about it, so I am intrigued. Basically, they bought something, figured out they didn't need it, returned it without opening anything, and the return was denied by Newegg? Did they still get their part back? Or was it in some sort of weird limbo of they wouldn't accept it, so they weren't going to refund it, but also they wouldn't send the part back to them? I apparently left the spot here. I wonder if they also had reached out to Newegg prior to be able to set up a sort of RMA to let them know that they were returning it. Now I'm curious of the situation. Found the customers out both the amount of the purchase and the product. When they tried for days to resolve the issue, it was just constantly more and more ring around the rosy. Did they set up a return with them by chance? I'm curious. Because I know when I worked in customer service, people had to contact us to let us know they were returning something, because otherwise we wouldn't know what's getting returned and where it is in reference to. So basically, if they didn't have that RMA, we had very limited ways of being able to help them get the refund if they just kind of decided to return to sender. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Linus, because Linus does a lot of reviews in terms of computer parts. I apparently didn't get everything over here. Nope. Nope. His anxious yelling. I don't think I've ever heard it phrased like that before. Also, I am glad that I can finally make it up here. After something this seems to have been happening for years, and it seems like is that Newegg was having real lax refurbished review on returns and was putting the bad product on buyers. Ooh. Sure, you can go ahead and link it. I am intrigued because I have never heard of this before, but also I wouldn't put it past, like, big companies doing shitty things. They have 4, 5 videos on their back and forth. Oh. Let me... Hang on. I'm gonna pause this. I don't know if there would be anything bad, so I'm just gonna save this for later. Come on. Come on. Okay. There we go. I I muted YouTube for a second because I know that there are videos that like to autoplay on YouTube, and I didn't know if the video it was gonna autoplay had any sort of music that Twitch would not be alright with. So that's why I muted it for a second. And I've saved it so that way I can peek in on it at a later time. They make a rig every year out of the worst parts. I have no idea. I've never heard of the person. It's really coming together. It's really coming out. It looks less like a horror game now. Last time I bought off Newegg, I got a dead on arrival motherboard. The replacement was so dead on arrival, the second replacement was dead on arrival, and finally the fourth motherboard worked. Can I ask what brand of motherboard that was? I have an idea, but I'm also curious. Because I wonder if it's a Newegg thing or if it's the manufacturer. Hey, Kurt! We're talking about apparently some shenanigans that went down in Newegg. How are you doing? You got your cat moved today? That's fantastic. I hope they like the new place with you, and now you have company for your new apartment. Apparently a lot has happened a while ago when they were bought by a parent company. That is fair. I'm sure Kitten will get used to it with given time. Especially for the fact that I don't know if Kitten has ever moved anywhere else. Or it all started to come around light then. That's fair. MSI? Just me. I do not like MSI motherboards, and if I can avoid it, I will avoid MSI at all costs. I've seen too much of a history in terms of their dead on arrival motherboards. MSI, not great, in my opinion. If you like MSI, more power to you. During my time in customer service, tech specifically, MSI is not a great brand of motherboard to go to. Glad I waited a week to get him settled in before bringing him. And he has. Okay. He's an old man. We adopted him from someone else. Aw. I'm glad you have company in your apartment and that you're allowed to have your cat in the new apartment. That is great. And hopefully the new apartment is still working out for you. And hopefully you feel much better having your own space. So I'm not sure if that would have been a specifically a new egg thing or specifically a MSI motherboard just not being great thing. You bought a $2,000 laptop from them and the A key broke in 2 days. Like, you could still press the A key, but you had to smash it down and it would constantly pop up. I called to get it fixed and they wanted to charge you, what? $500 to get it fixed, but you just bought it from them. That's what the warranty's for. I'm a Gigabyte fan since then. All of my PCs have been Gigabyte parts. I guess they are also notorious for DOAs, but I haven't had a problem with them yet. I've had a problem with Gigabyte. They're not the best, but there can be some dead on arrival parts. And honestly, like, there's no real way to avoid it. Something could have happened to where that box could have come into contact with something during shipment and, like, jostled something to where it just comes dead on arrival. Didn't get it fixed, but I dealt with a stupid ass A key for years. It was annoying to do anything on it because it turns out the A key is frequently used, with it being one of the main vowels of the alphabet. Which is why it's even more distraughting that you had to suffer through it because they were rude. A video from Nexus, the channel linked, had a horror story of buying a used laptop from Newegg, and it, I shit you not, had Mountain Dew sludge. Oh no. Oh no. That's awful. One of the main files. That's true. That is one of the main keys for gaming. Oh man. Oh man. Had that gamer feel pumped into the laptop. I'm sure the laptop didn't like it though. Laptop probably had questions. But yeah, if you can avoid it, me personally, don't get anything MSI. There's some peace of mind that comes from buying a new product, especially in terms of RMAs or being able to like get a warranty replacement for certain parts. Because if you were to say buy a computer part from, in this case, being that's the topic, like Newegg, if you were to buy it from Newegg and if something was to happen to it, you technically first have to go to Newegg to be able to like get it sorted out. And depending on the situation, Newegg might be your only option to get it sorted out. You might be able to go to the main manufacturer of that product to see about getting any further warranty support. But depending on what you want or what they have available or how old the part is or anything like that, you might be stuck with just having to deal with Newegg. that's kind of the risk as well of trying to buy from other resellers' websites. Especially when there were people that would buy very old solid state drives for the company I used to work for, or contracted to work for, uh, from like Newegg that we hadn't manufactured for such a long time, and they would still just continue to sell them. And then when it wasn't working, they would come to us for like troubleshooting to see about getting a replacement. And sometimes they would sell just the drives refurbished, and it's just like, I'm sorry, this is refurbished. We can't do anything about this. It's not covered under warranty. You have to go back to Newegg. Which is also the big risk of trying to buy refurbished too. Because if something goes wrong, most likely the manufacturer is not going to be able to do anything about it because you bought it with the knowledge of it being refurbished. And if it wasn't refurbished by them, then they don't know what kind of tinkering went on with it before it was resold to anybody else. Not living near a micro center or fries, that is fair. But yeah, choices are very limited, that is fair. Buy used for half the price or buy new with a warranty, that is fair. Uh, I've never had an issue with a used washer, but I haven't had to buy used washers really. So I would say that my experience is pretty limited in terms of having to buy used or brand new washers. I guess part of it could also be how long you want to stay there for, and whether or not, if you put the money into buying new stuff, are you going to want to lug it with you if you decide to move? Because sometimes it doesn't feel as bad trying to get rid of a washer or dryer or a couch or anything like that if you didn't pay full price for it. But if you did pay full price for it, then there's kind of the, well, I don't want to lose this, so I'll just lug it with me. Samsung has done, like, kind of, some of their products are alright. Enough to be able to buy, but they're also getting up there in price to where it's kind of expensive. And some of the stuff that they try to manufacture to sell is not really something they should be tinkering with, so they do very much subpar work with it. Welcome back, Hero. Hopefully that helps, Kurt. Those are usually the things that I would think about in terms of whether or not I wanted to lug things around. Just like, if I buy it new, I might just try and lug this around for a while, and is it going to be possible for me to lug this around for a while? Because there are some places that have their own washer, dryer, like, set up in the building or in the apartment, or maybe they just don't want you to have any appliance of that sort in the apartment, and then you could just use a laundromat down the road, which is what we do. Played the last Disney World and Kingdom Hearts 3? Nice! I haven't played Kingdom Hearts 3 yet, so I do not know. What purchase can you always trust, Kurt? And welcome back, Kurt Critic. Aw, thank you. I'm glad that people like my art enough to be like, I will yeet money at this. And I definitely need to fill in the rest of the slots. Like all the follower emotes and the animated emotes that I've decided I'm too stubborn to just be like, here, I'm gonna use the generic animations that Twitch has provided me with, and I'm gonna animate my own Ning Ning emotes. Which means that they're not gonna come until like 2024 or something like that. It's not gonna take that long. That's just where my brain goes. Just like, if you're gonna do this, it's gonna take you a long ass time. Shaky mode, always a classic. It is. The shaky mode is very good. Ansa's shaky mode is very good. On the topic of PNG tubers, I made a quick one of David Ottenbach? Who is that? I do not recognize that name. I'm doing the Google. Senior manager at BBC. Natural historian and author. Apparently he's done a lot of like Planet Earth stuff. And apparently people also search for Queen Elizabeth II in terms of searching for this person. Oh, that reminds me. I shouldn't have those on anymore. At least not for right now. Hang on. You know who's a good streamer? Me, because I definitely didn't forget to turn off the channel redemption point things for specifically Pokemon Nuzlocke. He's a nature documentary voiceover. Okay, for voiceover person. Okay. Google's Queen Elizabeth holding gold Wiimote. Oh my goodness. Chat is cute. What's a good streamer? Not me. I kid. I'm a good streamer. I just want to be better, and that is fine. I can always be a work in progress to get better. He has been doing it for 60 years? Wait, how old is he? That sounds like the majority of his life. Like, good for him to finding out what he wanted to do. Oh wait, no, he is 60? Okay, my bad. He's been doing the voiceover since he was born. Oh, you're just joking. My bad. He's 60, or not 60, 95? So he was 35 when he decided that he wanted to do voiceover for documentaries. You know, that's valid. He figured out what he wanted to do later in life, and that's okay. First big documentary thing was in 1960. He's slated as a narrator for something releasing this year. Oh. He's also a host for documentaries and later would do more voiceovers. Neat. And the world fell in love with his voice, and that is fair. Oh, he was a nature biologist before? So he already was kind of doing what he wanted. It's just he got to do the voiceover for things. Less inspirational, but still valid. It's always been. Oh, neat. I've never heard of him, so I did not know him by name. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever watched those documentaries. Now I probably should. Twitch streamer natural habitat. Oh no. Probably because I'm definitely bad with names. But when I hear voices, it's just like, okay, I know what you are. Granted, that did not help me this morning when Apkarnas played a sound for me and was having me guess what the sound was. Uh, it was not anything I could have guessed. And he was right. But we both died of laughter. Yep. Myth knows which one I'm talking about because I decided to share it in every not safe for work Discord that I could just because it was technically a toy. It wasn't used in a not safe for work manner, but I figured, you know what? Being that it's a toy, I probably should be putting it in not safe for work areas. Uh, apparently, apparently there is someone that he's listened to in podcasts that is able to do a sound like that. And now I actually realizing I haven't heard the dude actually make the sound. I wonder how he's able to pull that off. You probably made 47 different facial expressions and Phil didn't know what to say an hour later. To give people context, it was basically because I don't know if I should put the link in chat. It was basically someone put a flashlight on the exhaust pipe of a motorbike and was just letting the engine idle. And the sound that it was making from that was just like, I would never have been able to guess that. But also, it was hilarious. Probably would break TOS. But I don't think it breaks TOS for me to explain it. It's currently not just because I don't have a not safe for work. I wasn't sure if I should make one. And I wasn't sure how I would moderate a not safe for work one anyway. Especially being like, are you 18? Are you an adult? I'll give you this tag so you can see the not safe for work side and hopefully not have it be a thing. I did put it in Biz's not safe for work side, so. And now I'm trying to remember if I actually shared it. I don't think I did. I tend not to be spicy on main anyway, so. Or not not spicy. Clearly I've been spicy on main because I've been spicy on here. But in a not safe for work context, I have a separate thing for it. And I haven't even done anything with it. It just basically sits there. Sounds like a cartoon of an old-timey car. Honestly, that was kind of what I was thinking when I was throwing out my guesses. Oh god, which one of you is? Clearly this is one of the rails that is a little dirty still. Do I have to get up there? I have to get up there, don't I? I'll get the ladder. Nope, that was the wrong button. There we go. Usually if I ever want to share anything of a spicy nature, aka not safe for work, I usually just... Oh, that's why. I usually just bop it into one of the not safe for work channels of Discords I'm already a part of and be like, that's good enough for me. I don't know if I would be allowed to play that on stream. Should probably not be carrying that around. Okay, so it's not that railing. You're one of the railings. I don't know how possessive they are of his voice, which sounds weird when saying in that context, but that's where my brain went with trying to explain that. Beat. Nah, you're all good. I just figure I'll probably listen to it after stream. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yes, you're the last poll. I just know that, like, some IPs are kind of weirdly, like, I guess possessive of their person's voices in any context, so... There we go, now we got a clean park. That's like seeing how I focus on this section and then I just went and did all the red spots. Do this one. This is a small one. I'm mostly thinking in terms of like JoJo, how apparently that will equal some sort of copyright thing if you're playing it for a long extensive time, or basically anything to do with JoJo, it seems like. I imagine I could probably do like an emote of a JoJo reference and I could get away with that. But I also don't know what I would do in terms of that. like JoJo, and I like JoJo a lot. I just don't know what I would do as like a reference, especially for the fact that it seems like that would probably be a more for me thing, and nobody else would get the context for it. Except for other JoJo fans, but I don't know anyone else in this group that really listened or watched JoJo. The only person I am aware of is Barry, technically. You finally made it to season 4 of JoJo. I forget what counts as seasons. Um, which part are you on? That would give me the context I would need, probably. Part 5. Oh, okay. Okay. I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, it should be really more streamlined. But I also realized that I don't know if that's just anime in general or just specifically JoJo and sometimes One Piece. Because sometimes people will talk about like One Piece in terms of its season and it's just like, what arc is that? That's really gonna tell me where you are. I chewed through the latest season not long after it came out. And I have no more and I'm sad, but also I was just like, I need more. I will wait, but I need more. Three overstays, welcome. That's fair. Is there any more on this I could be bopping? So hard to tell with a shine and just like part of the grub. The grubbiness. I would say so far my favorite one is the season it's currently on. But honestly, that's just because of the specific JoJo it is, honestly. And I recognize that. The second part of Stardust Crusaders was a wild ride. And I also fully realized too that trying to recommend JoJo to anybody to watch is kind of weird because what you get at the beginning is not what you're gonna get next season. It's going to vastly change, and with each season, it's going to change. And I don't ever know how to quite put it in terms of this might be something you watch, but also fully realize that what you love in part 1 might not be in part 2. Diamond is unwatchable. I was reading it to get into it. Joe didn't really click with me until the first Darby brother fight, which kind of a problem because I was pretty far into the third part. Yeah, that is completely valid. And I don't know how far anyone wants to go, I guess, into talking of it. I guess I'll just say that if anyone wants to avoid spoilers for JoJo, like, probably come back in, like, maybe 10 minutes or something. Uh, I like the fact that with the anime, when it gets to the time where it's kind of wrapping up, the opening will change. In just small bits of context. Yeah, that is a good idea. Thank you, hero. I'm trying to figure out where this sure would help if I remembered, I guess, what a Fender or Mudguard is. Thought it was this dude. Okay, it was that. Where's the Mudguard? Um, for Diamond is Unbreakable, is a big one where that hit for me, I would say, because when it gets up to the part where they're going to like start coming to Dio and being able to have that fight with Dio and knowing that it's going to be an intense fight, how the opening changes. It still fits in with the opening, but it basically makes the rest of the opening click in the sense of the fact that Dio can freeze time momentarily and that it showcases that at that point. And I think that's really neat. That's a main example that I have in terms of it because it's the one that I watched over and over again. I'm trying to remember which part in Gravity Falls did the JoJo opening thing. Gravity Falls is a fantastic show. And honestly, like, I also realized that with that whole Dio fight, I really thought it was gonna do the whole normal shonen trope of like, okay, everyone's going to get pretty banged up. Some people are gonna seem like they're dead, but like nobody's gonna actually be dead. Everything's gonna be fine. But then instead, people are dying. It's just like, oh, I just went through this whole entire season of getting to know you, getting to know your what makes you tick and all this other stuff, and now you basically just got one shot by Dio to show just how strong you are, and now you are dead. I haven't watched Hilda yet, but I want to. Gotcha. Okay. I think Hilda is only on Disney Plus right now. Oh, I definitely want to watch Infinity. There's so many shows that I just want to watch. Um, Hilda is on Netflix. I'll need to pop over and take a look. I probably then had it on there and just mentally forgot about it. Mm, I'll say the last thing I'll say, spoiler wise, for JoJo is the fact that I really enjoy the current season. And not a big spoiler, just I really like that it's a girl JoJo and that the stands are in reference to the music he was into when he was writing that part of the story. And I would say I'm good in terms of JoJo spoilers after that. They do. Hilda's animated by the same people that did the Rapunzel Tangle. Ooh, nice. I never got to watch that, but I heard real good things about it. Actually, can I just do... Can I just do this? Okay, it's strong enough to be able to take care of this. Cool. Gotcha. I need to sit down and, like, devote time to being able to watch it. I just like hanging out with people and hanging out in streams, and that is my main drawback. It's just like, oh, I could watch a show, but also I could hang out with people. Into a YouTube series of Southeast Asians breaking down roasting Braya and the Last Dragon. I never got to watch that. Was that a bad representation of it? I think that would specifically need to be having Disney Plus. I think that's a Disney Plus thing. Okay. That's what I thought. Granted, there's quite a few stuff I would eventually still like to watch on Disney Plus. I just haven't gotten around to it because I would need to get a subscription for it at some point. It's more like Disney marketed as authentic Southeast Asian culture rather than saying it is inspired by culture. Oh, and those are two very different things. And they use a bunch of East Asian tropes and actors. Sounds like they did it poorly then. Sounds like they tried marketing it to a very specific crowd and it was a misrepresentation of it. I could be wrong in my interpretation of it, especially for the fact that I have not seen the movie. Oh, I didn't finish. Oh, it's because it needs... There we go. They market it to get progressive points. Gotcha. That is... I know that Disney has not been great about marketing particular things. Sounds like this might have been one of their generic, we'll just slap this on and it'll be fine. Like, the most recent Disney movie I saw, and it was because I was at my sister's house, was that Enchanto movie, and it wasn't bad, but it wasn't what I wanted, I guess? And I don't know if it's just that it portrayed something that was going to be more up my alley than it actually ended up being. Well, this is concerning. For you as Coco, that's fair. No, but they need the power of friendship. Many chances to watch Ray and decide to just watch Enchanto 10 more times. Went in blind and loved Enchanto so much. It had good parts to it. It had a lot of good parts to it. I think it was that, I'm not sure if it was just that people were hyped about loving it, that I expected to love it, or, and I think it's more this case, the the way that grandma was is not something that a normal Hispanic grandma would do. And it's just like, I know my Hispanic grandma and she would not do this. And that's good, which is why I probably feel like it also probably played a part in the fact that everyone loved it as much as they did, and I did not love it as much. Which I know I don't have to. There were just some parts that were just kind of like, I don't feel like this would have really happened. In some parts, I feel like kind of progress a little quickly in terms of the storytelling. Is this good enough? Is that good enough? Kinda. Enjoyed Rhea, but I enjoy most anything. That's fair. Does Colombia count as Hispanic? I'm not sure, honestly. Um, I know for the time that my actual direct, his, my direct grandma was alive. It wasn't necessarily that she. It wasn't necessarily that she was focused on tradition per se, but it was a lot of that she um she assumed that my older sister was not actually uh my father's kid. She had it in her head that I was my dad's first true kid, which is basically a long way of just saying that she thinks my mom cheated on my dad in terms of my older sister. So she treated my older sister very much in that capacity. And even when her health started going down, she held on to that way of thinking until basically until the very end. She did end up getting Alzheimer's and had lived a while not really knowing who any of us were. But the fact that I basically watched her go to a point where she never admitted that she was wrong, I guess kind of made it feel like that the grandma in Enchanto would be like, I don't feel like this would change all that drastically because I've seen it not change, at least in my own personal family dynamic. Exactly. And the thing is that she treated my sister differently based on this belief. It's possible that it's a lesson for the older generation. That is always entirely possible. Maybe to help them realize that, hey, maybe what you're doing is actually not healthy. I don't know if my older sister ever made peace with that. It definitely affected our sibling relationship because of the fact that I didn't realize it then, but I was being treated in a favoritism manner, and she kind of shunned me for it. Like, I love her, but I know that it's always going to be one of those things where, especially with how different our beliefs are now, that that I just have to love her from afar. I only explain it because that was, I guess, what made it not feel real to me was how quickly the grandma was just like, oh yeah, maybe what I'm doing's not okay. It's just like, no, I've seen the stubbornness of a Latino grandma and the fact that she will go literally years and years without admitting that she is ever wrong. I like some of the music that's really catchy to it. And I think that's really about it. And honestly, like the siblings having getting a better relationship all of a sudden also felt kind of, I guess, wonky. It's just like I don't think they would make up that quickly, but I guess that's just me. Any luck? Oh, I didn't know if you were still doing effect stuff.
I got the 4,900 points, but I would say I'm not happening. Like, I'll just play 2 games at some point.
And just finish it off.
Yeah.
That's fair, especially for the fact that it's a 2 week long event, technically. It's not like it's a rush thing.
Yeah.
Ah, that's fair. I feel like it's kind of along the same ways how Frozen was not the movie for me, but I also fully realized that the way they advertised Frozen was that it was supposed to be like a sister movie type of thing, and I was real interested in how they were going to portray that, and it's just like this really isn't what I wanted because they're not actually in the same screen for very long throughout the movie, so a lot of it is basically like I need to go find my sister. I spent years in isolation. No, that's fair. And obviously not trying to take away from anyone that severely enjoys that movie. That was just my own take on it. Oh, did I finish the music? Did I finish the music? I think I finished the music. No, I didn't. Never mind. It's just that the video's not quite done yet. Your Frozen 2 is actually a better movie than the first. And yeah, Frozen was built as Elsa being the bad guy for several years, which is fair. Just I know all the advertisements I ever saw for it is just kind of like it's a sister movie. It's just like, okay, I'll bite. They did for the second one. Ugh. Especially when there's a very clear part in the movie where it's just like, I want to be able to like do things with you so you're not having to feel like you're going through them alone. And then Elsa is just like, okay, I trust you. And then being like, nope, I'm actually leaving you here because I know what's best for you. It's just like, no, please stop. I want to sequel or anything, but I'd love a miniseries or something where it shows that the characters' problems aren't totally resolved and they also have to work through their baggage moving forward at a slower pace. That would be nice. Yeah, all movies do have production issues. You know,
I'm okay.
you want me to grab that? The lamp toppled over and I just see the light out of the corner of my eye just go boosh.
It should be fine.
It survived the fall so far already.
Yeah. So, honestly.
Honestly, yeah. I definitely know no movie is going to be perfect, no matter what. It's a Pixar reference? Wait, what specifically is a Pixar reference? I know some of like the lamp falling. Oh, gotcha. It did really happen on this end. We have a lamp that sits right next to the main part of the couch. And it's the part of the couch where you could just kind of lay on. And sometimes the lamp just falls over.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hello. Thank you for the raid. How was stream? We're just talking about uh Disney movies up in here. Yeah. Scrubbing and talking about Disney movies. While listening to Klonoa music. Thank you. My friend made it for me. She's been pretty busy lately, but she is a fantastic artist. I hope stream was good. No, not that Katie. I'm sorry, Myth. My friend Katie. I'm glad. Let me I can fix this. I have the power. Metaphorically speaking. We were kind of bouncing back and forth between, uh, thank you, Apprentice. I always forget where the dash is in her name, and I always like to just double check. We were hopping between talking about Enchanto and the Frozen movies. Yeah, Ray was also in there too. Unfortunately, I have not seen Ray, so I did not have a whole lot I could add to the discussion. That good? That's good. It was good. It was one of those things where I think my own experiences just kind of made me think like I don't think that would be resolved that quickly, but I'm sure that is also, now that I think about it, just the nature of movies. They kind of have to progress things a little bit more quickly than it normally would in order to be able to tell the story. The Black Cauldron is a very good. This is a very good movie. Princess and the Frog was also very good. Reminded Chase. That escalated quickly. I've only seen The Princess and the Frog once, and it was a very long time ago. So I don't really remember anybody's names, unfortunately. I get you, Jay. It would have been nice if there was more time actually being human in terms of that. In that sense, it kind of felt like maybe they were trying to be progressive, but also try and be what they feel like is safe. Nope, nope. This one. Maybe? Is this what I want? I think this is what I want. I feel like there was very good villain in Princess and the Frog at the very least. Dofferman's my meme? I'm not sure. It was a double down that killed me by having all these black voice characters sing the song If I'm a Human Being. Fantastic. Definitely forgot about that one. I have not watched Soul. Honestly, I forgot that was the name of the movie. I was just like, Soul? What's Soul? Oh yeah, that meme is great. And also very relatable. Is this clean? No, that's not clean. You clean now? I think the music is finally actually ended this time. It sure did. So you know what? Let's just I don't know if that's too low. I can turn it up if need be. It sounds a little low to me, but I do not know if it's low for anybody else. Does the master and will give you the power to feel? Yes. Gotcha. I need to watch a lot of movies. Can you all hear the music okay, or should I turn it up? It's very quiet? Okay. So it is about as quiet then as I thought it was. You're all good. We were getting into the kind of like heavier topics with talking about the Disney movies anyway, so we were all being like, here's how we feel about all of this.
Well, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math.
Thank you for the follow. I was gonna play Bloodborne tonight, but I was a little grumpy, so I figured, you know what, we could just clean for a while. And then we got to talking about things, so it's just like, you know what, I'll just continue to just watch and we can talk. Which is fine, because we get to listen to some good music. It's pretty empty, which I appreciate. Oh man, what would that look like? The hunter hunts and the power washer cleans up the mess. Like, they're just following behind him, being like, really, I just cleaned this. I just cleaned this. And then every now and then, if you make too much of a mess too quickly, you eventually just get like a quick spurt from the cleaner being like, knock it off. Stop it. Don't sit at the lantern, no.
Pumpkin Hill Radio. For the last hour, you've been listening to A Ghost Pumpkin Soup for Pumpkin Hill. Coming up, we've got 9 more full hours of A Ghost's Pumpkin Soup for Pumpkin Hill. Enjoy.
Okay, I didn't know it would do that. Will the crossover be a peak? Prequel to Super Mario Sunshine. Hunter kills Mario. Uh-oh. Mario just keeps dying on his birthday. Kind of like how Mario will once more die on his birthday next year when the Wii U and the 3DS eShop disappear. Mario's the pasta Christ. He'll live again. Maybe. We can only hope. It's like we could still hear his wahoos now. Except time it's Chris Pratt. No. I've yet to hear what Chris Pratt is gonna sound like when he does Oahu. And part of me honestly wonders if maybe they're just gonna go through almost the entire movie with him not saying Wahoo until it's like at the very end, and then you get one Wahoo, and then it'll either be a really good Wahoo, or it'll just be a sad Wahoo, and we'll just be glad that we only got one Wahoo throughout the entire movie. Like Cyborg's Booyah in the Justice League movie. Yeah. We were robbed. It's probably gonna be like Uncanny Valley bad. I probably will watch it though to be able to see like what they've decided to do. I'm just gonna kind of let it exist as they've decided to do it. One like equals one Wahoo. To be fair, I guess they have kind of a low bar because the only other Mario movie was that one from what, the 80s or the 90s? And I watched that one. I watched it a lot, and man, it's a time. Talk about horror Mario movie, but we must. If one is truly to deep dive into the history of Mario, we must talk about the things that are cursed. Much like Zelda fans must talk about the CDI games. My only hope is that they have since learned from that era. You were born on the same year the Cursed Mario movie was born. Oh no. Oh, Kurt. What a thing to be born into. Yeah, and technically the Mario movie does have some shitpost potential too. But we do still have to talk about them. They certainly do exist. It's kind of like how the Mario games have the Mario is missing. And just everything that comes from that. You dist yourself from the Mario reference to that movie. It isn't a bad movie, just a bad Mario movie. That is fair. And that's probably fundamentally what it is. Because they advertised it specifically as a Mario movie, it's not a Mario movie, it's just, it's kind of its own thing. History's bound to repeat itself. Mario's Time Machine, Mario Teaches Typing, yes, also those. I forgot about those. At least I forgot the name. Wait, is there actually a Mario game for teaching taxes? I wouldn't put it past it, but... No? Okay. I wouldn't put it past it, though. Hotel Mario on the CDI. Tax fraud, on the other hand. No. Yoshi hasn't done tax fraud. Yoshi is a respectable member of society. The power of Chris Pratt. We won't know the true extent of that until the movie is out. Or at least until the trailer is out. It does make me wonder if the Mario movie is as cursed as the first trailer for the Sonic movie. Would they change it if the internet opposed it? Or would they just kind of go with it? Which I realize is not something we won't know until we actually have a trailer. If they do that, I hope they treat him better than the Sonic movie people were treated. CGI mustache? Oh no. If they CGI the mustache, they have to CGI the nose, and then that's just gonna look like some uncanny valley. And there's whoopsies. I fell off the roof. We have the mustache technology. Just think about it though, like big, bouncy Mario nose, CGI on a Chris Pratt. Like, what would that look like? The reverse Henry. Oh, I don't think I recognize that name. I'll probably recognize the person as soon as I Google this. Oh, Superman. I'm trying to remember what was CGI on Superman, and I am spacing hard on it. And working closely with the Hollywood team, nothing would change. Oh, right, he's also... Yeah, he is also the Witcher, isn't he? He sure is. Which I haven't finished watching that either, and I know there's now an entirely new season out. Mario's in a character, he's marketing Luigi character. Luigi is best boy. Wants the Toad drawing. Oh no. Kiona looks like he's crying. He doesn't want to go. one of the Superman movies, he refused to shave his mustache and they had to frame by frame remove it for the whole movie. That's what it was. And you can tell which parts of it has his mustache CGI removed. And it is absolutely uncanny valley. That's right, it was Justice League. Thank you, Hero. I couldn't remember which one it was. I definitely went and saw that in movies. So I got to see that CGI real up close and personal. Which I realize is a weird way to say that you saw all the CGI bits, but we're going with it. Because he was starring in a James Bond movie where he was supposed to keep the mustache. That's right, it was... He had 2 movies going on. And they were trying to work around it. I forget about the James Bond movies. I've never watched any of them, honestly. I know a lot of people have a fondness for them. And that is all good. I'm just not one of them. I think it's because I've seen, like, so many, like, women being thirsty over the James Bond person that it's just like, I don't think this is for me. Oh, nope. Don't fall off the ladder. Like, I'm sure they're great action movies. And I'm sure there are plenty of people that like it just for it being the action movie that it is. Unfortunately, I've just been tainted by all the thirsty people in terms of that movie. Or any of those movies, honestly, because I feel like anytime I see someone being thirsty over James Bond, it's any of the movies. Country Called Uncle or Mission Impossible movie. They finished Justice League, then went back for edits after our brothers got a new director. Snyder dropped out due to his daughter. Oof, that is rough. That is absolutely a rough time. Have a great night, Liz. Thank you again for the raid and for hanging out for a bit. I hope you have a good night and a good sleep. I don't need it that big, or that small. Uh-oh. Which movie? The Lorax? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Man, you know, it's not wrong. The thirst the fan base had for that movie was just huge. We do not speak it safe. Oh man, it's just I watched the movie when it was first released, and it was when I was first on Tumblr, and just I saw the fan base just absolutely run with it, and it's just like, oh, what's happening? Oh, Kurt. So, Kurt, buddy. Oh, there's that. No, it wasn't thirst for the Lorax. It was thirst for the main character with the main character. So, people would draw him in how he appeared first in the movie, which was like in his normal clothes. And then, yeah, the Onceler. Thank you, hero. And then they they would also pair him up with himself, where he was all in tux and whatnot. So, the thirst was for himself. Oh, yeah, I forgot that there was a tag for it. It was one cest. Made sure action fan look tame. Oh, yeah, the fan base really, really popped off in terms of that. When did that get there, actually? I'm gonna bop down, actually. Can I not get up here? I can. Can I actually reach anything from here? Can I reach anything from here? Not really. Hang on. I want to see what video that is, and I'm gonna mute YouTube to make sure that's not like something that I can... Oh yeah, I don't... I'm glad there's a video on the history of the One Star fandom, but also, it was a weird time. It was a weird time watching that unfold. And the thing is that it went from the Onceler, it feels like, to Sans from Undertale. So you're thirsty for an alternate reality version of yourself. Oh, Kurt, that's been going on in fandoms since the Star Trek days. Like, and I'm talking like original Star Trek days. It was a lot. Can I like move this? Can I scooch this closer? Can I just like, can I? I can! I can! I can move it closer. Why can't I move it here? Alternate reality self-love creates so many more questions. Yeah! Okay, so, I don't remember the specific episode, but I dig deep into this history because I saw fan art of just like someone presenting it as like the avatar like being passed down, and I'm like, who are those characters? Found out in the comments who they were, so I did research, and it does tie back to the Star Trek days, because back when the fandom was not online, but they would do like conventions and stuff, there were people that would write fanfic and bring it to those conventions, and people would read the fanfics at those conventions. So that was how people were able to get out their fan fictions for shows such as Star Trek. And there were episodes of alternate reality, and there was one of them was one of the women on the team, so they would write fanfic about like the woman basically dating herself and other, you know, spicy things. So yeah, it dates back to Star Trek. And apparently there were some pretty popular like people that wrote like fanfic for Star Trek. So eventually I think it evolved into some people actually had their own tables at these conventions so they could showcase their their entire collection of fanfics. I could be wrong on that. I could be misremembering that specifically, but that was how fanfic got around back in those days. And from my understanding, that's kind of when fanfic even started. Many sci-fi writers started with Star Trek fanfics. Yes, indeed. I don't remember specific names off the top of my head, but that is specifically what happened. That's breaking your brain. I'm sorry, Myth. No, but no, I've looked way too much into this because I just needed to know one thing from this artist that drew like a lineup of Avatar and being like it's been passed down and how there were Sans and the Onceler, and then it's just like, where are these other characters? And I deep dived. Now I have this cursed knowledge of knowing where fanfic started. And where that kind of fanfic also started. It started with basically the birth of fanfiction. You're welcome for this cursed knowledge. I dived too deep, maybe. But also, there is a saying of curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. So, you know what? I'm satisfied knowing the knowledge now. Is it cursed knowledge? Absolutely. But at least I know. And now you all know too. All the thoughts. I thought Stephanie Meyer was the originator. No. It dates so far back. I mean, Dante's Inferno is a Bible Greek myth fanfic. That is also fair. Welcome to Calpy Stream, where we apparently listen to Pumpkin Hill and also share cursed knowledge. If you regretted your stay, I'm sorry. I fully understand if you're just like, you know what? The streamer isn't for me. I can't be held responsible for this information. The New Testament is just an Old Testament fanfic. I'm probably gonna have to move it, aren't I? I'm gonna need to move it. You know what? I'm gonna jump off. I have no bones. I can survive this. Did once read a Dragon Age fanfic. Posing as a novel? What? Like they were trying to say this wasn't a fanfic, but it was indeed a fanfic. It was horrible on so many levels. Uh-oh. To be fair, I haven't finished the Dragon Age games either. And honestly, with how much spice I've seen, I'm a little scared to be like, let's play Dragon Age. I was hoping to have a game finished up before I start like Dread or Mass Effect 3 because I've been wanting to finish up Mass Effect. Whoops. Dragon Age has some nudity, more than Mass Effect. That is fair. I don't mind the nudity aspect of it. I just don't know how that would be in terms of a stream, I guess. If that makes sense. They wholeheartedly copied the intro, the first chapter of Dragon Age Origins, and then turned about 5 different fanfics plots all bouncing around. Oh no. Especially 3 stuff. Wait, was there a third Dragon Age? The only fanfic is that episode from Hollow Knight was a failed vessel experiment and was so annoyed that the king created future vessels without mouths so they couldn't talk, and that's why Bug Knight can't talk. Aww. You know, I never did save him in my playthrough. I told myself I'd go back for him, and then I sure did not. And I think about that every now and then. Being like, you know what? I never got to see how his story resolves out. Hopefully he's doing okay. Sorry. He moved and he almost dropped his laptop and I got spooked. He's doing fine?
No, don't worry. It'll drop the laptop. Only work one.
You know, go figure, drop the work one on a holiday and be like, hey, so,
No, I mean, I dropped it like, what? Was it 2 days ago?
Yeah, but it didn't break it though.
No.
Which is quite frankly the true tragedy of that story. At least they would actually send you something that's not like falling apart like the one they sent you.
Literally had a frozen screen as I got it.
Can you all hear him? Just make sure. Have a good night, Kurt. Thanks for hanging out for a bit, and I'm glad you have your cat buddy to be here with. Barely. Yeah, they can barely hear you. The other day he had you dropped your laptop, or you almost dropped it?
With my work laptop, I actually did drop it because I had this cable where I could turn around, so like when it was missed, it slid all the way off.
So, I know you all probably couldn't catch that super well. The other day, Avcarnus had accidentally dropped his work laptop, and unfortunately, it's still functioning. When they sent it to him, it has a warp screen, and they won't do anything about it either because they're just like, it's just a cosmetic. It doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. Which, like, maybe, but also your laptop is not meant to have a warped screen. So, unfortunately, he still has the work laptop functioning. It survived the fall, which is a shame because it was Apple and they're a little bit more fragile. So, the hope of it being not functional after dropping was definitely there. Which also means that he wouldn't have to work for a couple of days, and then he would have a small break. Yeah, supposedly only cosmetic on an Apple laptop, which there are cosmetic things that can happen to an Apple laptop. The screen warping is not really drop it again. You want to drop it again? Listen, if you don't want to drop it, I'll drop it for you. Be like, whoops, you know, I was trying to be extra careful, but I was Butterfingers and I accidentally dropped your work laptop. Guess you're just gonna have to take the next 5 days off. You'll still attend meetings and do interviews probably, but no actual work to be done. Just had some 12:15 a.m. pancakes. Find out how bad of an idea it was in a couple hours. I mean, that doesn't sound like it would be a bad idea to me. I'm not sure what could be bad about the idea. Unless you're not good about, unless your body's not good about being able to process the pancakes. I was given macaroni, so I'm pretty solid. Sugar crash is the most likely outcome. That is fair. Where's the main part of this roof that's like... Oh, I guess here's the main part of this. Okay, that's done. The weirdest thing, this mouse came in and chewed a perfectly singular hole in SSD? What? They chewed a circular hole in your SSD? Did I understand that properly? You're making a joke? Oh, gotcha. I may not be smart. With the mouse being gone and all, that's fair. Okay, that's fine. Trying to be smarter about that, but honestly I should have just done this. Where's the main part of I guess it would be on this side. I did also see this here. There we go. I don't know what I'm getting stuck on when going up the ladder. I don't know. It's just so catchy. Luckily, the Sonic YouTube channel knows this and just put together like the very long video of it. I can always change the music too. I just figured I would just leave it there for a while. A lot of stuff over here, so yeah. It should be the corniest thing ever, but it works. Whoever made it knew exactly what they wanted. man, it's still only 95% clean. Thinking about the ones there, once again, just makes me also realize that I saw the Undertale fan base turn into what it ended up becoming. Hi, Gwen! How are you doing? Only have one load of dishes left before kitchen is clean and cookies. I bet that feels fantastic. Being able to do the depression clean and just be able to chunk through all of it is very good. I need to wash the laundry that I'm going to gather up tomorrow and take. I never fully did all the laundry when I went to go see my sister. I just kind of washed a good chunk of it, not all of it. And we definitely need a lot of the clothes washed. And I need to wash the bedding. I usually wash that anytime I go to the laundromat, but I did not the last time because I was only doing basically... Oh, well, no wonder. I left this entire chunk here. Yeah, I didn't do bedding last time like I should have. It's okay. I can make it all smell fresh tomorrow. And I'm hoping not a lot of people are at the laundromat because of it being a holiday. I don't imagine so, but it'll be nice to get it all done. I get you. Every little bit counts. And a depression clean can be a bit of a trek to go through. But you're doing it little by little. And that's definitely something to be proud of. Forever in the first stage. I'm sorry, Myth. What still needs cleaning? Oh. Need to buy a vacuum or a mop. Mop might work. I guess it all just kind of depends on what it is that needs cleaning. Shark Steam Mop is amazing. Swiffers are also nice. And I understand what you mean by Gwen, because I like to think that a good majority of at least the spaces I hang around in, everyone understands that, like, you know, depression happens. Sometimes cleaning doesn't get done. And sometimes there's just that depression clean.
Hola amigos, me llamo Jazmín. ¿Cómo están? Vamos a practicar español. ¿Listos? Ornitorrinco, erizo, lagartija, zapatos, tostador, zorro, el enmascarado. Adiós.
I don't know what that was, but just letting have its thing. Kept the kiddo going, my job, and kiddo fun things. Proud of myself. Good. All baby steps. Somebody's screaming. You said depression cooking might do that again. Nothing wrong with that. Trying to think if there's anything I really depression cook, and honestly, I think it's mostly ramen. If I'm doing it for myself specifically, if I am cooking just specifically for myself, I'll just do ramen. Which reminds me of the fact that I posted in one of the Discords that I took very spicy ramen. And the last time I had it, I decided that the ramen wasn't spicy enough. So not only was it already a spicy ramen, but I threw some hot chili oil into it and sriracha. And then I proceeded to let it sit there and cool for like half an hour, which means those noodles absorbed all of the heat. And my plan was that like I was hungry enough to want the ramen and my leftover curry, and the curry wasn't hot, so I was going to have the rice from the curry kind of negate if anything got too spicy. But I couldn't do that because I made it so spicy that it made my mouth very sensitive. So I had warmed up the curry in the microwave, and I had it was still too hot. I warmed it up too hot, so trying to take a bite of it, it made it too much to try and take a bite of it, so I just sat there. Oh, it's the fence that I'm missing, no wonder. And yeah, throwing an egg into ramen does help a lot. And if you have any like basic veggies, that also helps. Making a big batch of like hard-boiled eggs and just keeping that in the fridge helps. This is like, I should eat something. How about hard-boiled egg? Yeah, green onion as well. There's a point in my life I could make killer fried rice and gluten-free teriyaki basically blindfolded. I can still full scramble eggs in 30 seconds. Nice. Tomorrow will definitely be a fried rice kind of day. Being that we did orange chicken yesterday, I wanted to make sure that we had enough rice. And I figured, you know what? I'm gonna make fried rice. I haven't made it in a while. I'm trying to look for timber frames. I did a lot of these. I am a lazy. How are you doing? Apparently I'm missing some window seals too. I'm doing pretty good. Being able to talk with everyone has been nice and helped. Still do some spicy garlic peanut sauce? I assume you mean sauce. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. trying to figure out which ones of these is. Hey, got this? No. It says they're timber frames, but like these are the timber frames. And I can't get to the other side of it. I thought I did all of these. I guess find out which one of these sills it is. Oh, maybe it's... Oh, timber frames. Maybe it's talking about the house. Yeah, it's talking about the house. There we go. I think thinking it over, because I know at one point I was thinking whether or not I should just have like a subathon for birthday or just like affiliaversary, and I think if I was to do a subathon, it would probably just be for my affiliaversary for this. I feel like that would be a lot better to do. Granted, I'm still gonna probably do stuff for my birthday. Probably mostly see about doing a Banjo-Kazooie stream. But I think that will give me kind of more of a basis to work from. Yes, my birthday is on April 6th. And my affiliaversary is March 7th. No, not March. May 7th. So they're pretty much a month apart. Which is kind of why I did the P.O. box, because I figured if anyone wanted to do like a birthday card or something like that, that I would leave it open for people to send things if they wanted. No one has to though. If you all just want to come hang out or pop in to wish me happy birthday, that is all good. We actually do have the same birthday. We do. We were born the same day in the same year. I don't know what time of day he was born at. I was born during the night though. Kinda. Like, it was about like 6:30. Which would be about 9:30 in New York time. Basically. I have not asked him whether or not what time of day he was born in. I figured it was already a pretty big coincidence that we were even born on the same day in the same year. That it's just like, you know what, I'm good with just having that coincidence happenstance. I'm trying to think of where I'm missing things. It's always the houses that trip me up, it feels like. Nah, I did that one different. Maybe up here. Oops. I'm not seeing anything there. And I did that. Are you? I did you, right? Oh, you are a little. Okay, so that's the last of the windowsill. But I still need 2 timber frames. And it looks like only down here are the timber frames. You would think it would be easier to see at this point. At this point, I should just do this and just see what I'm missing. Also, it's all good, Myth. That's just where my brain goes to in terms of like birthdays. It's like, you send the card. If you do decide to send anything, please let me know so I can go up to the P.O. box and make sure that I grab it. And it's not like sitting in there for who knows how long. I don't know if it would be something where people would want me to try and open stuff on stream. Probably. I don't know if that would be weird. Kiddo's birthday's April 1st? Nice! Wait, what, Myth? Is this the popcorn you were talking about? Okay, good to know. Thank you for letting me know. I will make sure to check it on Friday and Saturday to make sure. All 11 pounds of it. I will take a photo of it once I receive it so that way you can know it got to me. How about that? Man, I'm still not finding this frame. Okay, well there's one. Are you the other one? Are you the other one? Yeah, apparently somewhere on this it was just had just the tiniest bit associated with it. It's just me. All over the roof. Like a gallon of lemonade jug of kernels. That works though, because my brain was just like, you know what, we should grab some more popcorn soon. And then I completely spaced on actually putting it on the list of things to grab. And I was like, you know what, it's fine. We're gonna go to the store eventually, and like the store's within a walk away. I could just, if we run out sooner, or if I go to the store, I could just grab it then. Trying to make sure I get the things from things before moving on to something else. Thing is, I don't know what it counts. Oh no, would it be too late for you to grab a pack hero? A good guy killer? I haven't played it, so I'm not sure what would be the difference between, like, a bad killer and a good killer. Just don't want to play. That's fair. And then pick on them, but don't actually kill them and let them escape. Oh, gotcha. So in that case, everyone wins. Not the actual winning, just... yeah, having fun with it. There's nothing wrong with that. There's something missing on this. Chaotic evil killer plays Jason and have the infamous Jason from Heavy Rain play over voice chat. I don't know if anyone would be able to hear that other than yourself though. But honestly, I don't know how it functions as you being the killer for the game, so for all I know, it could function like that. That would be very funny. I can't move it. What is... where is... all it says is car. Oh, top of the car. Why does it say that? There we go. Or Phasmophobia with the Garys from Fallout 3. I haven't played Fallout 3, so I feel like that reference is lost on me. I'm sorry. How did they get this bad? Oh, there's a diner and a motel and a food mart around here. Can I go to these ones actually? Oh, I can only get up to here. That sucks. Wait, what can I grab? Can I... This does a decent job. Kinda decent. I know thinking of birthday stuff, I want to play Banjo-Kazooie. And I think it would also be fun to maybe do, like, Jackbox on that day with people, too. Maybe. Granted, I would still like to plan something sooner in terms of Jackbox. Maybe see about planning something for next weekend or something. I wonder how this department also got this dirty. Feels like this will be a lot more straightforward than the houses have been, though. Okay, there we go. Trying to think if there's any, like, game releases that come out between now and my birthday. I think it's just Kirby. I'm gonna play that, like, early. Before my birthday, that is. Yes. I am just not sure if I'm going to play that. I would like to see, like, someone play it to know if it's maybe going to be up my alley. So honestly, I'm probably just going to have, like, Dan just be my first experience with it. And I'm fine with that. The Banjo-Tooie one? I'm assuming that's what you mean. Me and Epcarnis watched it last night, and seeing that Carrie added in a meter or a counter for any time that Dan has a complaint about the game. I love that Carrie is doing that. Because every time I heard something, it's just like, oh, is she gonna count that? And then she did. And I was just like, thank you, Carrie. I know you can't hear me, but I thank you from the void. Because for me, that's funny. And I don't think it would ever be in a situation where it would get to being, like, maybe upsetty. Because Dan's seen it too, and he thought it was funny too. She really does. Her level of editing feels akin to when Barry used to edit Game Grumps and the goofs that he put in, and just, it was very good. Like, I know some of the editors have done goofs since Barry stopped editing for Game Grumps, but there was never the same. Barry's was just like, it was so good. And it honestly always incentivized you to just like watch it and not just have it be something you listen to in the background, because you never knew when Barry was gonna throw in a goof. And a lot of the time he was very silent with his goofs. He does indeed know comedy. Nope, I don't mean to keep pushing that. I keep meaning to rotate it. It was very good. And even now, I could probably go looking for them, but I'm pretty certain they've held up over time. Because a lot of them were just like visual gags. It's very nice that Carrie has decided to put audio cues with hers. Or even if it's not a visual gag, just like whenever she brings up her own text on screen. It is a good time. It definitely was a lot of fun though, figuring out, like, just watching it for the sake of like, is there gonna be a goof in this one? Or maybe finding out that there was a goof and you missed it for just a brief of some moments, and then you get to go back and see the goof. Just up there. Figure I might as well get down here before I get up on the roof. How am I only 9% done with this? Is this not supposed to ding when it's clean? I thought maybe it would. Okay, yes, it did. Nice. Understand Jones does it on the New Horizon theme playing over mic. I'm trying to think of which goof you're referring to. It might have been one I've missed. Because I am definitely way behind on watching their playthrough of Dark Souls 3. So if that was a goof from Dark Souls 3, I probably haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. Bloodborne one. Oh, now I'm trying to remember which one it was. I'm sure this would help if I remembered what the New Horizon theme is. A lot of what I liked with the Bloodborne series was the fact that Carrie did the jingle sound, the jingle bells, anytime Dan was summoned in. And she kept with that the entire series. Say it was after the wrong lantern incident. I know which one that is. I'll have to go back and listen then. So I'm probably just not remembering specifically what the New Horizon theme is. I wonder if it really is possible for a pressure washer like this to just remove rust to where it looks like new. I would think there has to be some more treatment that goes into making it look like new if it has rust on it. Animal Crossing? Oh. Maybe. Usually you blast off then coat it. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that sounds much more proper than what it's trying to display here of like, oh, I've blasted it away, now it looks like new. Want to say it's just before the big spider fight? The big spider fight and the wrong lantern, I think, are two very different spots, though. This will look like Nubis. Someone's gotta steal it because it's just bare metal now. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. The only pressure washing I've ever seen in person was just on concrete, like driveway. Definitely would not be the same kind of pressure. Yeah, otherwise you're just gonna like ding stuff up, I would imagine. Just usually, but not how the game shows. Yeah. Which makes sense. They definitely had to simplify it with it being a game. I don't think the roof is that dirty. Just think of the fact that it's just like you only have 15% clean. It's just like, roof really that dirty? Yeah, all these windows would have been broken with the amount of pressure I'm sure I'm using for it. There would just be glass everywhere. And then I'd never get called for another job again because I would have broken all of the glass. I forgot things over here. And I'll get that in a sec. I'm just doing the base walls and then we'll go up. I think I should switch the music. I realize it's probably been going for actually a lot longer than I realized. Yeah, we're at the 2-hour mark. Let me play something else for a little bit. Pumpkin Hill is very chill vibe, but I can also get super lost in it. I see you also put the memes in here. Live until one accepts. Just checking Discord for things. Dan posted the schedule for next week, so I was curious. That's supposed to be a light. Oh, I guess it is one of those kind of like weird dome lights. There we go. Let's see. Okay, I'm still missing some stuff over here. Would rather get them now instead of trying to fumble my way later. Be like, what did I miss? There we go. I'll go ahead and stick it right here. Whoops. Okay. Okay, I guess there's a lot more. Oh, geez. Do I have to clean that? Oh, maybe that's why there's so little of this cleaned. Because I need to clean that over yonder. I really should just play Donkey Kong Country at some point. I know it's a harder game, but it's a good game. This text message meant for me. I feel like this text message isn't meant for me. To be fair, I have not really been paying attention to any of the text messages. Sometimes one of them will just catch my eye though and be like, "Excuse me, I am now tuned in." Tuned in. You know what? I should be doing this from down here probably. But okay, how long I've been going. I guess I'm probably not doing Bloodborne tonight, so whoops. Did I completely missed this entire wall. Part of me thinks that maybe I should try just streaming the same game and not derailing into anything else for like a week and just see how that goes. But I imagine that would probably lead to some sort of burnout, and I don't want to do that. I just know there are a lot of games that I still want to be able to catch up on and get through. And it feels like so many games, not enough time. But then I keep going back and replaying games that I've already beaten, so really, I just suck at it. Do I have to clean this too? I sure do. I wonder. Do I have to buy cleaner all over again? I thought I bought cleaner. $600 for a soap nozzle. Jeezums. Also $900 for a different soap nozzle. Oh, it's for the Pro. I don't have the Pro yet. How much is the Pro again? 5,000. Can I just sell these other ones? No. Oh well. I realize I'm also 3 stars away from 69 stars. Which just seems funny to me. Very nice. Also, I hope you're doing good. Wonder why that's there, like that. I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing good too. I was a little grumpy at the start of stream, but being able to talk about things was nice and helped. And I figured I'd be okay after the bit of grumpiness, but like, I generally don't want to just come to stream being like, I'm already grumpy. Let's get more grumpy. Which is why we're doing this instead of Bloodborne. I don't think Bloodborne would have made me grumpy, but I would like to avoid it if that is even a close to a possibility. I apparently have to clean this entire thing too, along with the building out there. Is that grub? That is grub. This better? This is better. thinking about this building, I'm gonna clean it. And then it's gonna get immediately dirty again because of their fire drills. Like, don't they have to do, like, smoke to be able to simulate the experience or something in training? At least I think so. Granted, I could be completely wrong. There's so much that needs to be done. Why is this not good? What am I missing? Well, I mean, there's... This is a different sidetrack altogether, but... Yes, there's so much on the outside building still need to do, but... Gosh, is this entire wall connected? Maybe? Well, at least gets off of this, so... Oh no, Quinn. I hope you have good sleep. I'm glad it's all coming together. And hopefully your games were fun too. Nope, that's not the button. Nope, not that. I'm gonna sneak right into those into your package too. You're sweet. Thank you. Have a good night, Gwen. I didn't realize how dirty this side of the room was. All I see was orange. There, preserve all the graffiti. Not that it will let me preserve the graffiti, I still have to remove it because the game wants me to in order to count it as clean. This is the one, this is the one. I feel like I'm starting to get into that head empty space where I'm just mentally creating a checklist of things I still need to get done. Hopefully you all know the kind. Where you just start getting, like, zoning out to where it's just like, oh, well, I still have to do this and this. I'm just gonna create my mental checklist. Which could either, lists tend to either help or not help. It's just like, oh, I need to get all this stuff done. I'll get it done, and then you forget about it. Or you forget that you've written it down anywhere. No, I get you. They can be super helpful, but sometimes I need to remember that the list actually exists in order to jog my memory enough to keep to it. Luckily, I've just started keeping most of my notes into the same app. Unfortunately, the app is right now a mess of my notes because it's a accumulation of not only the things I want to remember, but also other random things that I should remember. And also grocery lists. Like if I need to go to the store for anything, I'll use that app to make the grocery list. So right now it's kind of an everything and nothing's like organized in that capacity. Especially if I need to go like work on anything for stream related things. It's just like, oh, what were my ideas? I guess I don't remember them. And then later be like, oh, you know, I've been keeping a list of the things I want to work on for stream in this specific app. And sometimes I just straight up don't remember until I'm like here. Like I want to be able to get a better starting soon screen. I've been tempted to try and get something off of Etsy, but it's just like, nah, what's on Etsy that I'm seeing is like cute, but it's not for me, and also I don't want to break my internal streak of I would rather not buy anything off of Etsy. I would love to support artists, but I would love to support them by any other means other than Etsy. Working their customer service just really burnt me on wanting to get anything off of Etsy in the future. And it was also the one department that, as much as I was able to explain the information, as soon as I was done working that job, I just mentally yeeted as much of that information as I could from my brain. Anything of like explaining taxes and whatnot, or payment information, is gone. It's been yeeted from my brain. Numbers were the first thing to get yeeted from my brain as soon as I was done working there. Which, granted, part of that I'm sure could be chalked up to the dyslexia, but I remember the numbers for the tech support job that I did. So it's probably just the fact that I was just like, you know what, I don't need this information. That's good. I'm not the only one that does that. Most of the time I'm able to recall things pretty well after I leave a job, because I've just ingrained it into my brain so much. But for that specific one, it was just like, it's gone. It is all gone. I'm sorry if you ever needed that information or wanted me to retain it, but it's gone. Which is probably for the best, because there was at one point I considered trying to open up like an Etsy shop and do that whole shindig, but just working for it is just like, nah, I'm good. I am absolutely good. I would rather do probably any other store, almost any other store, because like obviously Gumroad is now on that list. But any other store that does support artists and doesn't support NFTs properly, supports creators properly, I should say. And at one point I considered the coffee thing, but knowing that the very existence of my alt account, even though I have not drawn any spicy art, would mean that my coffee could just like be yeeted from existence because they do not support not safe for work whatsoever. It's just like, no, I probably shouldn't put all of my eggs into this coffee basket. Which is fine. There's still like Shopify, I believe, and a few others that potentially look into. If I ever made something, I would really like to be able to make stickers, because I feel like stickers are fun. You can never really go wrong with being able to buy like a pack of stickers. You turn them into fridge magnets? That sounds fantastic, actually, because my thing would be that if I was the one making the stickers, then I would never be able to not have the stickers. So if I put it on something and I lose it, I don't lose just the thing in the sticker. I can make a new sticker for myself and put it onto it. Versus when I've bought stickers, usually I will put them on my art books because I'll keep my art books, and that kind of guarantees that I'm also keeping the sticker. Like, I won't put a sticker on my desktop because I know that technology kind of gets finicky and cases don't always hold up as well as time goes on and so forth, so that's just a potential sticker lossage.
back their laptops like stickers.
I used to see it on the Apple laptops for the people I worked with on Etsy, and like, I don't know, like a couple stickers are good, but
Like the one time I ever got it, oh sorry.
Epcurrents was mentioning the sticker thing, so he's coming over. You found the clip? Nice.
So I get it if you work in an environment where people are going to be filming and you want to cover it up for whatever reasons, even though Apple doesn't really give a fuck. You know, you want to cover the company logo or something. Like I understand if you're in like a film environment or a filming environment and need to do that, like, but
Right.
but when people would just like when I can barely tell the color of their laptop.
Because of how many stickers just occupy it.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, you have one from GitHub. Oh, how original. Like, you know, because it's that like that cat octopus thing that you may have seen.
Cat octopus.
Have you not seen the? Hold a second. Just go. Pause for a second and go to GitHub.com. It is GIT. Yes. Oh, that's not the best reference. Just trying to figure out where to see their logo. It's like basically a cat octopus. It's let's go back. Probably.
Like the most I'm seeing is like a cat with a tail.
See, cat octopus.
This?
Yeah, that's the mascot. I mean, it's not. It doesn't actually show 8 legs, but you get like, but also like you see so many developers who just like, oh, I have a GitHub sticker. Let me go and put it on the back.
I'm just sharing in case anyone else wants to see.
Yeah, like if you work in an office environment, you'll see like a good chunk of your coworkers, a development environment. You'll see a good chunk of coworkers who will have that, and usually one for something like Amazon Web Services or whatever. Like they get all these stickers based on like the technologies they use. It's like, why?
That would be like having a sticker for Zendesk. Why do you want a sticker for Zendesk?
Zendesk is the worst part of your day, literally. Because you never hear about the good reviews. No, if you're a developer, you never hear about the good reviews. I mean, okay, I shouldn't say never, literally, but like the good reviews come and go. The ones that sting are the bad reviews, because people. Like, if people want to leave you a good review, they usually just make it nice and simple. But the people who leave a bad review, they seem like they want to rip your heart out. If not,
they will dig, and they will dig deep into every little thing that they are negative,
and
they are upset about.
And it doesn't help that most of these people who write the bad reviews have no idea how fucking complex this technology is.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you know what? Give me a fucking break, please.
You're like, I'm trying the best I can, man.
Yeah.
With the tools that I have, that I'm supposed to use for working for this company. Please don't yell at me.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, why? Hey, here. It's kind of like why the first, like, people are like, oh, do you want to be in such a channel that it's like, you prefer Zendesk or something to learn about reviews? It's like, yeah. I'll say, yeah, I'll join it, and then I mute it. Because I don't need that shit in my life. I know how bad it is without someone telling me how bad it is. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, fortunately, the reviews are slightly looking up. 100% thanks to my fucking effort. Because apparently the fix I made actually caused a different bug, or a couple of different bugs.
Supposedly.
No. I can validate that they actually did cause.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying it based on like other people saying it. I'm saying it as I investigated it, and yes, it technically did cause an error. But like, even when it was passed off to other people, like ultimately the person who had to help deal with the ticket was me, and it is just, and they're like, oh, and when we did our retro, it's like, oh, well, these are the type of things that we wish we were in the office because we would have a better way of thanking you. It's just like, I'm just thinking, how you guys could thank me? Give me a fucking bonus.
We're in the ends of February and
They haven't even
even
mentioned it.
No, they haven't.
And
Which is starting to seem like it's not gonna exist.
Right, and this is where I am going to try to, like, I'm thinking what I might have to do is poke the new dude, the new head, and ask if he knows anything about that, before, like, because I don't know what the official, like, it's just like one of those things where most companies do it, within Q1 of the year.
Right.
So, and of course, we're, a week away from the end of February, so that would be a month away. And most people were trying to figure out their finances for the year, especially given, tax returns or, in some cases, having paid taxes. In my case, it's a little bit of A, a little bit of B, because
I have yet to do my taxes because I am unsure how to proceed.
streamer taxes. Well, at least fortunately, you won't have to be asking. Your question will be, "Am I paying the government about?"
I mean, I could owe.
You're not going to owe that much. So.
I don't get the bonuses.
Here it's supposed to be, like, from what I've heard prior, it's supposed to be everyone's paid at the same time. Same in February, it doesn't require being there a full year. But the thing is that I think there's just been so much turnover that the people who would normally be in charge of it might, there might be some there might be some delays. Like the reason why I know it, the reason why I even got my bonus on time at Capital One is that my new boss at the time, who literally joined 4 days before Christmas, he didn't actually write a review. My skip manager wrote the review. The skip manager, who had never taken a direct conversation with me until I basically said, we need to talk. Fucker.
Which was ultimately unfair to begin with.
Yeah, because she talked to a lot of people who weren't, like, and she talked to Android a dude and people from upper teams who have no insight in what work I did. And the thing is that the whole entire review process, that was where my bonus was entirely based off of. So possibly if I had gotten, more accurate reviews, I could have gotten a couple grand more. And it's like, well, fuck you.
It feels like it was very much taken lightly when it really shouldn't have been.
Right, and unfortunately, that's the problem with tying bonuses to performance reviews. Like, I understand the purpose of doing that, but also, like,
It's not great.
because, like, a like, if you have that much of a problem with someone, and don't think they're contributing enough, just let them go. I know that's a lot of work for most companies, but you know, just let them go. Oh,
You would think it would be that easy, but they seem to think that
yeah, but you know, Capital One had a record year in 2020, and you know, like my bonus was, half the amount it maximally could have been, for the half year's work. Since I joined, about middle of the year. And fundamentally, it's just like the reason why I didn't get a full, I didn't get like I wasn't expecting the full bonus because yes, there are certain things I will always struggle with. I will always struggle not, with communication because their definition of struggling with communication is as not the same as me. Because I feel like I say stuff clearly, but they don't like what I have to fucking say.
or because you didn't say it softly enough.
And I didn't say it without saying fuck.
I mean,
The thing is, I'm not customer facing. Why the fuck do they care?
because it's not professional.
Yeah, fuck them. But fundamentally, it's just, that's going to be the issue. Just like, hey, I understand the problem is that I don't communicate in a way that people like. Because, like, I can put on the nice act, but the nice act doesn't get shit done. As my famous line I always like repeating says, sometimes in order to do some good, you have to be the bad guy. And, even if I don't want to be, I always wind up being the bad guy anyway, so... I'm willing to take on that responsibility.
Still, it really shouldn't be on you. That's really something that
Managers are supposed to be able to shield from, but they never do. Because managers want to be liked. Usually, usually being liked is instead of asking why, they ask how high when told to jump.
No, I get you.
Goodness. I hate that expression, but because it has it's very militaristic origins, but it's apt. Now,
I wish they would be like a little bit more, be a little bit more front forward with realizing the issues.
it's just meow. How this is not meow.
I didn't know people would remember me as, so that's why I left it as
Meow.
yeah.
I'm sure. Like the only person who I've ever really seen use it is Nikki and Queen. So also
I don't have any commands for stream elements, and I thought I turned that off.
Anyway.
I wish I could make it better for you, though.
I know, but like I said, I will just quietly, like, I have a one-on-one with my script manager on Wednesday at 9:30 in the fucking morning. Who wants to talk at 9:30 in the morning? Like,
The same people that want to talk at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, you mean 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No. I worked customer service for Etsy. Like, there are people that were calling at 4 o'clock in the morning to talk, and it's just like, why are we having the conversation this early in the morning?
At that point, just
It's not because I want to be. That's a mood.
okay, but Miss, there's a difference between wanting to talk like on a stream and wanting to call. Or are you saying have you called customer support at 4 a.m.?
I've seen Myth be up at like 4 o'clock in the morning before.
Yeah, like being up at 4 o'clock in the morning is fine. Still try to talk to me. Granted, I literally gotten people who have messaged me near midnight. I just took my head.
Took your yeah,
like,
kisses.
messaged me near midnight just to.
Just to talk because bringing gremlins and learning stuff. Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah, I mean.
But also, the people that would call at like 4 o'clock in the morning would be the people that wanted to yell at you, not because they were lonely and had bring gremlins.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about like when I think 4 a.m. I don't think I'm gonna
Girl.
when I think 4 a.m. I don't think I need to call customer support. The latest I think I've ever called customer support is like 8 o'clock, and that's only because I had to get something done, and
Hopefully it goes smoothly for you, hero.
oh, I remember why I called customer support at 8 o'clock. It's because I got locked out of my Sony account in college, and literally, 8 o'clock is when I got back from my classes. That story is why I called them.
I mean, that's valid.
And even 8 o'clock is not the worst, like, it's still a little late, but, like, it's not, like, it's not, people are, like, for most people, it's not, I'm considering going to bed hours. For most people,
And then there's us that decided to have breakfast in bed this morning because the other one of us can sleep.
yeah.
And then
Anyway.
immediately passing out after eating, basically.
Yeah. You fell asleep hard.
Did I?
Like, the combination of the food and Benadryl knocked your ass out.
How quick was it? In terms of like...
Like, 15 minutes.
It's not too bad, honestly.
Yeah. But it's still a lot.
Food, a Benadryl will do that. Yeah. Benadryl be like that. There's definitely a reason why people have made the funnies of you can't have allergies if you're not conscious enough for them. Oh, that hurts. I'm sorry. There was specifically, like, a comic that comes to mind, and I don't remember who drew it, but, like, let me actually see if I can find it real quick. Is this it? This is it. Let me... Apparently it was college humor. I feel a bit of a tingle in my sinuses. I'd best take a Benadryl, lest my allergies become worse. You can't sneeze when you're in a coma. This is very good. And granted, there's been multiple variants throughout the time, but that, I'm pretty sure, is basically the OG. I'll move the ladder over here in a sec. I just need to... feel like I need to just bop whatever I can. No, I thought you were talking about those ones for a second. Okay. Several years of my life convinced me for. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's as funny as it comes across. And if anything, just means that you have another meme to add to your collection. That's good. I always worry that it's not going to be funny. It's just like, oh, did I offend? Did I offend? I feel bad. Like my joke in Star Server about with Slim saying that the Navy could eat his whole ass and being like, no, that's your ass. Don't give him any more yourself. Which does, it is funny out loud too. But then I overthink it and it's just like, oh, maybe this is actually offensive. Especially when it comes to things being written down, it's just like, I have either offended or I am good. Ignore the fact that the building is still incredibly covered in goo. Not actual goo, but dirt. Which apparently there's supposed to be like less Slim stream tomorrow, and then he also goes on hiatus for Move. Which means I should attempt to wake up early enough to be like, hello, and also, goodbye. And then with them being in the States, Maybe I'll be able to catch more of them because I am not an early bird by any stretch of the matter. Can I get up early? Technically, yes. But doesn't mean I want to be conscious at 7 o'clock in the morning. Memes past collection status years ago. I think I have around 10,000 memes. Is that just on your phone or is that on your computer as well? I keep losing my memes, so I don't know what my meme collection would be. I'm not judging. I was just curious because my memes are everywhere. I have a lot of memes on my phone at this point. I have a lot of memes on my computer. I'm pretty sure there's some memes that I haven't saved on either one, still in some sort of cloud form somewhere. Honestly, I'm surprised your phone can hold all of them. I know memes are not very big, but I feel like 10,000 would be a lot of memes. Oh no, it did? Why? Why would it purge your memes? It says I should be able to put it down, but it won't let me put it down. I don't know if it's because I'm there, but let me try it. I guess it was because I was there. There's a backup folder, family photos, memes, and documents. Just checked one day and it was all empty. Did they archive it? Because that just seems weird for them to get rid of things without your permission. I know that sometimes it will ask me to, hey, do you want to delete these photos that we have determined is garbage? And they're memes, and some of them are like receipt references in case I need it, so. 8 gigabytes worth of memes. I know that their storage is, the baseline is only 15 gigabytes, so I wonder if maybe like it had to do with whenever they decided to like, hey, we should actually have a limit of how much storage we're offering people. I don't know when that would have been the case. Because I think of when Dropbox used to allow, I think it was like a terabyte or something, and they stopped doing that because they were starting to offer that for like a higher price kind of thing. I think that's mirrored with that over there. I would go figure. Which I realize saying that out loud now. That was probably a little bit along the lines of back in my day. Realizing that I was a part of a lot of internet things at the beginning. Like, before YouTube decided to slap on ads on every single video. And when it was much more basic looking. Back when the subscription feed actually worked and actually showed you videos of people you subscribe to without any issues. Back when it didn't have a bell that for you to ring to be notified of new videos because you were subscribed, so obviously you wanted to know when new videos came in. I do too, and I did not take advantage of it during the time that it was alive. I should have. And honestly, I should have started streaming way, way before. But also, I wasn't quite sure how to do it. And I wasn't sure if really people would even really show up, so. Granted, there was a time I attempted to do Let's Plays on YouTube. I don't know how cringeworthy they are now. Or possibly any bad jokes that I've since learned from. I'm kind of scared to go look, honestly. Wait, is this thing good? Is this good? I think it's good. I think Barry still has a notification too for being able to get bits with watching ads. They haven't done that for such a long time. I don't remember officially when it voided out, but it's been a while. And honestly, I never really knew what it would mean to like sub to someone, so I didn't do that for a while either. Two or 3 years? Maybe. Time is weird. But yeah, I do have an achievement on my account from when I attempted to stream originally. So it's been a couple of years of attempting and then not being able to get to do it, so. The rude Zubat? You mean the shiny? that you didn't have the Pokeballs for. The potential of shinies is why I just tend to always have Pokeballs on hand, because it's like, I might not find a shiny, but in case a shiny ever shows up, I want to make sure I always have Pokeballs. There we go. Extra cleaning liquid in stock. I'm more because I was putting off buying them, though I'm running the Pokemon I wanted to catch. Oh. That's valid. I just always know there's just gonna be that one time. That one time you don't have Pokeballs and the shiny appears, and I have too much anxiety to be like, I don't want to be a part of that. Let's see. We're probably not gonna go for another 2 hours, but this will be nice. I don't think I fully understand if... Wait, added to the anxiety of not having Pokeballs if a shiny was to appear. I just always have that general anxiety, honestly. Ever since I found out shinies were a thing, there's just been that general anxiety. Actually, how well is this cleaning? Not great. I guess we'll keep to this nozzle for a while. Very tempted to just play Hollow Knight again, but also I have other games I need to finish. But then also potential speedrun learning. I would like to learn to speedrun a game. I was gonna try and do Mario Odyssey, but then I remembered that, oh, you have very floaty controls, my good sir. I'm sure it'd be possible with more practice and whatnot, but like, it takes a while for me to get used to floaty controls. There we go. It wasn't letting me move forward, so I was just like, uh-oh, did I get stuck? Hollow Knight has such pretty music. And I know everyone's antsy for Silk Song, but like, they're working on it. They'll get to it. I would rather wait and have them not stress themselves out over trying to meet whatever deadline they have. Sleepy bug. Yes. Granted, I know that technically I haven't had to wait as long as everyone else in a sense because I wasn't sure I would like Hollow Knight, so I wasn't as enthralled with Silk Song, but really just want them to be able to take their time. And I get it. Everyone's excited, but also you'll be excited when it comes out. I promise. I'm sure you'll just be like, it's here, and then everyone's gonna go play it, and then it'll be exciting that the game is out and whatnot. Like, it will come. Just whenever they're ready. Yeah, they can take as much time as they need. I am in no big hurry. I know people had hopes that the last Nintendo Direct we got would have been some Silk Song news, but it's just like, but they didn't actually say they were going to do any news about Silk Song anytime soon, so why automatically get your hopes up for something that they didn't even say they were going to do? People forget Hollow Knight took 5 years to develop. And granted, I'm sure their team has grown since then, but, like, they're still putting in the work. There's still a lot I'm sure they want to do, and probably a lot of pressure to make sure that this game is as good as people are expecting it to be because of Hollow Knight. So, it feels like a catch-22 of people are either going to be upset because there's no news, or they rush it and it's not the game that people were expecting because they rushed it. And it seems like they're taking their time, which I would much more prefer them to do than to give in to the metaphorical demands of people wanting information now. Okay. Yeah, that's still grubby. It's at the other side. At the other side that's grubby. It sure is. I know I could get a ladder and do this, but also I could just do this. same effectiveness. Kinda. Maybe it's enough to be able to be like, you know what, you're good. Just have a little bit of a wider nozzle. Good enough, good enough. Excellent. I'm sure the soap helps and all, but like, it seems like the soap is expensive. I don't know if it would actually be worth it to grab soap. It didn't seem like it was helping a whole heck of a lot with the first one that I was doing, the first nozzle. So it's just like, I guess I'll just do this. This soup is mineral. I had to process that was a typo and you meant soap. Yeah, it is, from what I was reading. It's based on whatever you're using it for, which is fine. I'm just not in a very big rush, I guess, to be tinkering around. And the soap I grabbed was a multi-purpose one, so it should have worked for all of them. Probably not like the absolute best, but it should have still worked. No, it's okay, I do typos too. We'll just have soup made of wood and metal. I'll probably have this be the last one I clean up before calling it a night. Especially for the fact that I definitely want to be able to get up at a decent time to be able to wash clothes. Right? There's... I'm gonna get kind of... least it's being much more friendly, it feels like, with this building. The house. The house was atrocious. Especially for the fact that I just did. It was not highlighting at all what was still dirty. I guess I should clean this up real quick. Better? Kinda. This is rusty. At least this is looking far better than when I found it. And like, I know it can seem like looking at it is just like, how did it get this bad? But also, I can definitely understand how it gets this way. It just happens slowly, progressively over time. Until one day you're just kind of used to how it looks. And you don't really think about it. But then maybe one day you get the feeling like cleaning, and then maybe you notice that, like, oh, if I do this, it's actually going to pull off grime, and oh, this is actually more grimy than I thought it was. It's a shame the graffiti has to come off on this. It doesn't feel like it's all that bad to be able to leave the graffiti, especially for the fact that it's all the way up here. Who's gonna notice? Nobody. Nobody except for me. 'Cause I'm the one cleaning it. don't I? I sure do. There's a lot of gunk on here. Ooh. I have exactly 69 stars. I have exactly 69 stars. Hopefully I haven't missed anything on there. Okay, I think it's just the main part of this now. I'd like to use a bigger nozzle for this, but I'm not sure if this will work out as well as I hope. Working on some parts, just it's not grabbing as much grime as I would want it to for it, so I will probably just need to keep to this. Sometimes it seems to be getting weird when I wanted to try and go backwards. I think it sometimes gets hooked up on some weird geometry like that. I just realized that going around like this is probably going to look weird on the playback. Just seeing me zoom across the rooftop back and forth. It's only saying 83% clean, so either this rooftop counts as more of a chunk in the percentage than I realized, or I'm missing something. And I hope it's just that this counts for a bigger chunk than I realized. Hollow Knight music is so nice. So peaceful. Which is funny for the fact that there are a lot of intense situations in Hollow Knight. It sounds like something's going on out in the hallway. I just heard like 2 doors slam
Yep.
secretly. Yeah, like that. The only thing I can figure is that someone's sending something down the chute. But there's also a lot of doors slamming for it to be down the chute. I know you all can't hear it, but like from where we're sitting, we can hear out into our hallway of this building. So if someone's like slamming a door or something, we can hear it. And someone keeps slamming a door. There is technically like what seems like a trash chute for being able to like yeet your trash bag down the chute so that way it goes downstairs. And it sounds like that might be what it is, but also there was a lot of slamming doors for that to be the case. Just us. Okay, this seems like it's counting towards a fairly big chunk, so. The only thing is that I won't be able to know what's still left until it gets fairly close to the 100%, I think. Or when there's a couple of things still left to get. Hi, Slim. Yeah, cleaning up in here. How goes all the packing? I was originally gonna play Bloodborne tonight, but I was feeling grumpy and it's just like, I don't want to carry that into Bloodborne. Last night in the apartment? You know what, that's fair. I did not process that we were already into like the 20th days of February and that your flyout date is super soon. Yeah, it could be a recipe for Grumps. I would like to imagine I wouldn't have turned Grumps, but I did not want to risk that. Especially for the fact that I'm in DLC area where I just got past Ludwig. I'm basically going for the full playthrough. Well, I guess Roof is clean. That's right, the 24th. I don't know why I was thinking the 27th. Frank goes no more Bloodborne for a while. I have to. Especially for the fact that I have to at the very least get to Lady Maria and Koss. Oh right, I guess there's just this there's this chunk over here that I just never addressed. Lady Maria's so good. And the fight is super intense. But also, you kind of sometimes just want her to win because it's just like, you know what? You whispered softly in my ear. How can I not let you win? Oh yeah, I guess there's also this chunk too. So we actually have more. I was unaware of the ones that I was missing out on. It's tied for Ludwig, my favorite fight. For me, Ludwig is either if you get bopped at the very start of the fight, that's it. The fight's pretty much over right there. Or you survive the first bop of the fight, and then you have a chance. Hi, Star. Lady Maria. Also, congrats on last day in apartment. Spectacle-wise, Ludwig will always be your fave. That is fair. Ludwig is a hell of a fight, though. I feel like his second phase is a lot easier to read and handle than his first phase where he's just super chaotic. Lady Maria can whisper in my ear anytime. Lewd, but also I did share the video in their Discord that you shared with me this morning, Upcarnus.
Look, the context makes a lot more sense on what about the video.
It was a pop and putsy. He's just shaking his head at me. Oh, my joke was funny. I had a good laugh. That's how you know you're measuring it against the boss and you get to the phase change and skip through the cutscene because you hit 50 times. I'm over it, still sitting there Ludwig's every time. That's fair. I got impatient because I was just kind of like, come on, we're at the second phase. We can do this. If I sit and watch cutscene, I'm gonna lose my edge. Oh boy. For context, Apernus is sitting on the couch. So he's still in the same room with me, so he can just hear me as I turn my head to look at him. Also gonna aim for fighting the moon. So after DLC, I'm gonna see about fighting the moon. Which honestly I would have to do anyway because I need to pop the umbilical cords before heading into that fight. Heck. That is going to be a time because I did a small practice of the Gehrman fight on my other save file where I have almost double the amount of HP. And he was destroying me. So I was just like, I don't remember this fight super well, I guess. Granted, I'll probably practice it a bit before I end up streaming the fight. Gearman can be a butt. He could just be like, you know what? I'm over here. I'm minding my own business, and now I'm over by you and have slashed you. Have a visceral, you old jerk. Might go as a nerd. Only him. Have a visceral should please you. I don't know, maybe I should make an emote for the occasion when the time comes. Be like, you know what? Here's a moon emote as a treat. We're gonna go fight the moon now. I too howl while sprinting from room to room, cackling feverishly, then jump with a tentacle on my arm as a treat. I definitely still have a lot of emotes to finish up. Or even start work on. Because coming up with ideas are hard. And then admitting my own stubbornness of the fact that now that I have animated slots, it's just like, I could just animate my own emotes. And not rely on the Twitch to animate this PNG for me. Which is just full stubbornness, I know, on my part, but I'm gonna learn. And I'm gonna do it. And hopefully actually do them all this year. I'm gonna learn today. Exactly. Just popping open that pop-up chair and just being like, I'm gonna be here for a while. Uh-oh. Just imagining the story Deer has given for Deer within the context of story. What?
Were you not there for that part of the stream? Where Deer was explaining the lore?
Oh, of Deer?
Yeah.
No, I was there. I didn't realize that's what you were talking about.
Yes, that's what
I thought maybe you were talking about the fact that Deer did a bit last night where I was joking about the fact that, like, you should listen to me. I'm a mod in some some places. Not here, but you know, in some. So then Deer temporarily made me a mod for their channel, and they're just kind of like, you have all the power, say anything you want. And I said that Deer is great and wonderful, and they're like, how dare you? I'm taking your powers away. And then I was immediately unmodded. And then later in the night, Epcarnus was being sassy about something, and I brought up again the, like, I'm a mod in some, like, I kind of know what I'm talking about, and they were just like, you know what, I can fix this. And then they made Epcarnus a mod temporarily. And then also took it away within, like, a couple of minutes. It was a very good bit. And it made me laugh. I don't think I would ever do that bit on my own side of things. Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted. But it was funny for last night. Which one of these frames is the one that's causing these issues? Which one? Which one is it? Took a screenshot and shared it in Discord and being like, it was the shortest mod career of my life. It's you. There we go. And then you see where he went to go to the other building completely. There we go. Ooh. Clean Grandpa Miller's car. Or for $10, clean the penny car scene? What on earth? Oh, I forgot to do my Japanese practice for today. Whoops. Good thing I had a freezy save for that. What? Yeah, it doesn't show that part. It just, you float up and down. It doesn't like... Can I go back to it actually? Completed? Where is it? Yeah, like this one. Just shows me going all over the house and on the roof. And sometimes just floating in space. Oh, this was the first one. Trying to think of another one where I'm just floating. Apparently that is the power of washing. Just being able to float. You know what? This one's actually probably a good one to show for it because there was a lot of floaty bits in this. See? Just floaty bits. Alright, let's do one more. Maybe one more. And hopefully not, like, absolutely destroy this bicycle that is apparently covered in rust. Also, I hope I didn't miss Slim's last stream before hiatus. I know time zones are weird. And mentally it's just like, oh, tomorrow my time or tomorrow their time, and in which case, which tomorrow? I've been away from existence. This no longer exists. Take not only the rust, but the very existence of the bike. He might stream in 4 hours. That is fair. I may or may not be asleep. But hey, at least with difference in time zone change, I'll probably be able to make more of them in the future. I like hanging out. I'm just a weenie that doesn't like getting up early. And hopefully it'll all be a good change. Oh jeez. Apparently I was too close. No, this... I see the rust on these like tiny wires and it's just like... How do you expect me to grab those? But I'm excited for both of you to be able to be back in the States. I don't remember if you all said where you were going, but I hope it's nice regardless. And hopefully Kitten also does not mind trip back to States. Washington? Ooh, nice. Washington's nice. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to rotate. I have a couple of friends that live over in Washington and gotten to visit them a few times. And it's always been real nice there. Pedal? What pedal? Which pedal does it want? Oh, it wants that pedal. Nice. I'll still be like 3 hours ahead of you all, but it's fine. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. Because it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here. I'm still up because I slept in and couldn't get to sleep until very, very late this morning. And it was basically morning. The replay of late makes it look much more sophisticated than what I feel like I was actually doing. I only got $10 for that. Actually, one more. I'll wash Grandpa's car. Where's Grandpa going where he's racing down the tracks with this? Oh, of course, this is gonna be a bud to clean. Your ad here. It's a shame I can't just like put on the fact that it's just like ad power washing. Please call. Sorry, TV/scalping. I was saying it earlier in the night, but I'm real bad at promoting myself. I promote myself in my own Discord and then the neighborhood watch Discord, and that's about it. And then I got angry meows from Karnas to be like, just advertise yourself. It's like, but it's hard. Words are hard. It's so much easier to just yell about the awesomeness of other people, be like, yeah, you should go support them. But then me, it's just kind of like, hi. So, come around here often. How are we doing? Thank you. I don't always feel like it. Especially like trying to be like, I'm gonna be supportive and be like, that's your ass. Don't give it to the name. And then also being like, oh, maybe that was too crude. Maybe that was not as funny as I hoped it would be. But then it's also to be like, yes. Yes. And soon you will not be. Soon you'll be free. That's like polite conversation. That's fair. I just have anxiety towards it's like, maybe I shouldn't have said that thing. Maybe that's not as funny as I hoped. Maybe it'll be offensive. Whoops. I will see myself out. Thank you. Have a good day. It is a whole mood. Trying to promote yourself also is a whole mood. It's just like Myth is very good, very chill, has a good collection of good wholesome memes. Go support Myth. Slim, very funny, very on point with humor, very good. Go support Slim. Star, very wholesome, also very funny, and also a big sweetie. Go support Star. Me, hi. Does Grandpa Race Car have a pasty sticker? I don't know. Listen, I feel like you're wholesome. It makes me happy. Maybe I'm using wholesome in the wrong terms, but either way, I enjoy it. Hanging out. My wholesome might not be everybody's wholesome, but that's fine. No, you're all sweeties. I'm just here. Also, yes, this does indeed look like a pasties sticker on Grandpa's car. Wait, hold what, Will? I can't... Wait, how do I hold... Wait, no, not duck.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
I've been had. Thank you, Will, for the raid. I hope stream was good.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Bryce. Thank you for the raid. Really elated promise. That's fair, but also, Will, I still have a lot of questions about your Pokemon Smash and Not list. And also that entire conversation brought about Deer having a whole stream dedicated to it. Wow, one question and no follow-up? Okay. One moment. One moment. Okay, the octopus-looking one. I need to understand, one, how that would work, and why.
Well, I'm sorry.
Maybe? I don't know. Sorry, Bryce, this is what you came into. I have to ask the question. Octopus. You know what? That's fair. You did say one question. Okay, better question, I guess, is why. Talking about weird old corny PlayStation 2 games. Was Ape Escape 2 a part of that list, Bryce? Because that, if not, that definitely deserves to be a part of that list. The one that's on the second to the last row and is on the very, very right corner. It's right next to the toxicities? Yes. Oh, Bryce. Hang on. I have a clip for you. That's Spootless, not mine. That's fair. I also accept the fact that I abused my one question. Thank you for your time, Will. Let's see, where is that? Grandpa's car will survive. I need to find the clip. So I shared it at one point. Oh boy howdy, was it really that long ago? That's weird. Hang on. I know it's in here somewhere. Because I played it fairly recently and it was a lot more spicy than I remember it being. Here it is. There we go. This is reminiscing about used game stores. Find. Oh. Gotcha, Bryce. Well, from what Strayer said, Apcarnus, apparently it was something everyone was thinking, but nobody talked about. Yeah. Yeah. It was a time. Yeah, the low camera angle and the jiggle physics. I don't know. Maybe that's just the closest that people can get to a furry in a Pokemon universe. Like the closest thing someone could get to someone in a fursuit in the Pokemon universe. Because you know there's going to be cosplayers in Pokemon universe. They're cosplaying other Pokemon. You can't answer that. Okay, that's already done. I thought that was still gunk. I don't understand it, but I can't say I've ever looked at a Pokemon and be like, you know what, I would smash that. Oh, and that just made my brain just think of like a song that would probably work in terms of the list, and it's just like, oh, brain no. Nah, you're good. Basically, we're doing the whole if links are fine until someone ruins it for everybody else. I feel like Ditto is the one Pokemon which should be the most understandable, which is why it's in a tier of its own. To be fair, Ditto's already put through quite a lot in terms of the breeding aspect in the game, so I can understand it having its own category. Yeah, go for it. I want to see. Oh, that is very good. That's gonna look even more fantastic when it's done. Oh god. Oh. These are the basic enemies on the first stage. I'm sorry, is this just basically picking at their chest and being able to stretch the bosoms into like bigger bosoms? Also, what is this? Yeah, I thought so. You want to grab their hair to pull it? That's their weak point. Silent. It's because I stopped it. I don't like. I'm not bothered by the Rickroll music. I just don't know if it's stream safe technically. Good weak point. Oh no. Apparently, we've gotten to the point of the night where things just go super spicy. We're all just getting spicy apparently over while trying to wash Grandpa's car. Like hearing the first note of Megalovania. That's fair. Which is also another song I like. Sriracha is good. I just have the small regrets of the fact that I did the spicy ramen and then threw in red hot chili oil and sriracha into the already 2 times spicy ramen and then let it sit and basically slightly fermented itself before eating it and being so much more spicy than it should have been. Because I decided it wasn't spicy enough. It used to handle spicy like a champ, then you hit 30. Oh no. I feel like hitting 30 is just like, congratulations, you're 30. Here's acid reflux. This is a part of your daily year 30 package. Remember the plot of the game. You're a girl that finds a Pandora's box and your sister opens it. And all wish for beauty and some such, and you end up with the demon scarf at the bottom. and have to go undo the wishes that change the world by grabbing and stretching things to snap like a rubber band. Oh. You want some pizza? Hope you have some clothes for bed. No, that is a mood. We had orange chicken last night. Homemade orange chicken at like 8, 7:38-ish. And but we went to bed at like 2, I think. Maybe 3. No. Somewhere around there. And by the time I was cozy in bed and was starting to get sleepy, I was hit with acid reflux, and it's just like, good sir, I ate more than 8 hours ago. Why are you coming back to bite me like this? I've done nothing. And you love the first love. Wheel and the headlights. Which headlight? This headlight. Okay. And a door and a wheel. Which probably means it's one of the wheels over here. Yeah, it sure is. Man, no way of knowing this. Somebody will fuck me over. She said knowing nothing. You would think it would be easier to know these things, but it's just, you never know. Mission accomplished. Also, $1,550 to clean a treehouse. Which, you know, that would be fantastic. And also probably means it's gonna take a while. Along with the fire truck. I imagine the fire truck will be pretty straightforward, but can't tell if that's cheap or expensive. That's fair. I feel like if it was putting it together, it would be cheap. But cleaning it is expensive. You're a mosquito flying around a family home trying to stock up on blood for the winter. And if the family member sees you, they get upset. Oh no. So you have to hit the pressure points to relieve tension, at which they cry out bliss. That sounds a little spicy. Like, it seems like maybe that would be a sort of erotic jump in spite. Like, be like, equal opportunity spice. No, you're all good. The mother and father also do the same. Oh no. Also, I probably should see if one is here. I was hoping Doig Swift would be on. And I don't see them on. Who are in their 40s? Oof. Like, that just... It just feels very unusual. PlayStation 2 games were wild. They got away with so much. And honestly, I don't remember if the first Ape Escape had those spicy moments. I wish I was able to play it to be able to check it. But also, Bryce, for Ape Escape 2, the names on the monkeys were also just absolutely buck wild in terms of like the teetering that not safe for work area of like, I think one of them was named Dick. I love Ape Escape with all of my heart, and I would love to get to play the original again. I also realized there might be some nostalgia attached to it, and it might just be like off the walls. And like, their descriptions were also very questionable. Like, basically using the banana reference in terms of a dick. I forget the specific context, but they were using the banana to talk about dicks. Wait, I think I remember now. I think it was like talking about having like a red banana. And it's just like, oh no. You can't be doing this. It was what? Yo. I love bananas, but boy howdy have they been sexualized over the years. Not even just over the years, actually, just in general. You know. You know, for scale? No. Oh no. Ape Escape was trying to lead us to bananas and we went for the eggplant. I'll never understand how eggplant won that emoji variant of a dick. Like, I get that they could add like the little like squirt emoji like next to it, but at the same time you could do that with a banana. I've tried eggplants, they're not that squishy.
I don't like it that way though.
Huh?
Like,
Excuse you. Excuse you. I realize none of you heard that. But he said some like it that way.
you asked me, what did I say? And
My
then
brain was not finished processing what happened and what you said. And then as soon as I asked, my brain's like, okay, here's the context. You've now fully processed it. Probably because she doesn't have much guess. AJ12. We were originally talking about uh, how much lewd stuff PlayStation 2 games got away with, which led into like the whole banana thing because Ape Escape 2 used banana a lot in reference to dick. I was originally gonna and stream, but also it's just like, oh no. God, and when I do a 24-hour stream for my birthday, like, this is just what's gonna turn into. It's gonna dissolve, and it's just gonna continue to dissolve as time goes on. I'm not sure many want a leaky banana. But some would want a banana nut. I'm sorry, this is what you had to walk into. That muffin. God, my brain went somewhere with that, and I don't think I should actually, you know, out loud. It's fine, don't worry about it. That's my team banana or team eggplant. God damn. Talk about the muffins in here. I mean, maybe. I made the joke of it. They're being banana nut. I love how much ads for Stretch Panic. Very much do not mention the enemy design. Oh god, it's stretched the limits of your PlayStation 2. Oh god. I at one point had that game to play it, and like, I never got around to it. I don't know, Slim anymore. I've taken this off the rails. And honestly, like, this is what it's gonna be when it ends up being a 24-hour stream. I think Okage. It's another wild PlayStation 2 game. The Shadow King wanted to bang your mom? What? Hang on. I tried to see if I could find a photo reference for it, and I can't. I think I was able to manage to get, like, this off of the PlayStation 4 store. I think I need to check. Apparently Okage made it to the PS store. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it did. Actually, let me check. Yes, it is on the PlayStation Store for like $10, and you can play it on the PlayStation 4. Yeah, it's also on PlayStation Now, which I don't fully understand what the whole PlayStation Now is, so I've never gotten it. Apparently it was released back in 2016. Okay, that must have been when it came to the PlayStation 4 store because it looks like the game is copyrighted for 2001, which sounds much more accurate for it being a PlayStation 2 game. It's PlayStation versions of Game Pass? Oh, gotcha, gotcha. That makes sense. Sorry, this is now just turned into talking about things. I don't know where this conversation is meant to go. Whoops. I think I've succumbed to the notion that I probably should not clean anymore. Otherwise, I'm gonna get caught cleaning something for the next hour. Mm. I'm just mentally trying to think. It's just like, I don't really have a whole lot of people I could raid right now. But also, I could just wait and see if Swift come online and I could raid them. But also, I don't know when that would be, so I shouldn't try and wait around for that. No, apparently there was a Capcom thing. Super late. Oh well. Should be soon, but how soon? That is fair. Because it could be soon, but it also could be they could have a later start. Sure. What is the recommendation? I don't know if I have them. I just fully recognize I probably shouldn't start another one. Is a bunny VTuber and playing Star Wars Fallen Order? Ooh. Oh, what cute art. What cute bunny. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you all for hanging out. Especially with things just getting into a weird place. I'm sure I'll be much more mentally up for Bloodborne come Tuesday. Not sure of start time as usual, just sometime Tuesday. As I slowly work towards being able to finish more of the games that I've started. and not start new games, because it's very tempting to just be like, I want to go play Metroid Dread. Or just, I want to go finish Mass Effect 3. And resist the urge to not start any new games until I finish other ones. It is a mood. I miss my boy. I miss our boyfriend, Garrus. I miss Garrus, and I need to know what happens in 3. And I'm so terribly close. I just wanted to finish some of these games before starting Mass Effect 3. I hope you all have a good night and morning. I'll see some of you Tuesday, and let's go say hi to them. Bye.